Alright, here's a fun fact about the GT4 racing cars. They are known for being the everyman's race cars because they are less about crazy speeds, and more about balance and reliability. It's like the sports car for people who want to pretend they're in a professional race, but without needing to sell a kidney to afford it. Plus, they have this cool thing where almost every manufacturer makes a version, so you get a nice mix of styles on the track. It's like a car supermarket with a racing twist. Alright everyone, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to get your act together. We're down to the wire, so make your pick before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Both cars have their own charm. But let's be honest here. The Maserati Gran Turismo MC has that sleek Italian flair and a more recent design, which might give it a slight edge in agility and tech. On the other hand, the Panos Esperante GT4 is a classic with a raw racing pedigree that could surprise us if it's well handled. Given the track and cars, I'd probably put my chips on the Maserati for its balance of modern engineering and power. Still, don't count out the Panos if it finds its groove. This race is definitely going to be a fun one to watch. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Auto 24 ring, and leading the pack is the GT4 class car, the Bot Maracus, in a 2015 Nissan 370. Nissan GT4. Looks like it's got the pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to it. Kickaslady X3 has shot into the lead right out of the gate. Maracus is holding strong in second place, and Kiravanan is sitting comfortably in third. No surprises so far, just the usual chaos at the front. Laura Beolab just overtook one car to take 6th place. Topes and the podcast is now 7th after moving up one spot. Jordan Jait also advanced one position to 8. Jordaint and Topes and the podcast are nose to tail for 7. Topes and Laura Beolab are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Aurelia is gaining ground, moving up to 8. Dicey Shines is also climbing, taking 9. Dicey Shines and Aurelia are now battling for 8th. Jordaint is climbing fast to grab the 8th place. D-Factor and Shalesy are nose to tail fighting for the 18th spot. Dicey Shines and Tug On It DTV are neck and neck for 9th place. Dicey Shines just edged ahead, but Tug On It TTV isn't giving up yet. The fight for 9th is heating up. Tug On It DTV is climbing to 9th place. Belthanity Beast and Theon Closure Show are neck and neck for 12th. Husky Hawk is also making moves, now in 15th. Maracus is in 2nd place, driving a 2015 Nissan 370Z Nismo GT4. The race looks smooth for now, but with Maracus in the lead early on, they might want to watch out for that chasing Mustang. Tug On It TTV is climbing up to 8th place. Punny 3 is also advancing, now in 16. Cobraco and Punny 3 are nose to nose fighting for 16th. Queen Monda is driving a Volvo S60 from 2008. She's currently in 22nd place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute 24 seconds, which suggests she's holding her own but not making much progress. Wrestling 567 just moved up one spot to take the 20th place. Wrestling 567 and D-Vector are nose to nose for 19th. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 19th place. Yakiraman and Defecta are nose to nose for 20th place. Wow, Kickaslady X3 really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the queen of the race now. Well done. Wow, Kickaslady X3 really took that win like a pro. Congratulations! You totally smashed it out there. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Here's a fun fact about Indy cars. These racing machines are so advanced they can reach speeds over 230 miles per hour on the track. That's faster than most sports cars and practically a rocket on wheels. It's like watching a piece of futuristic technology in action, except it's made for the thrill of racing. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to hustle. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before they all zoom off without you. Alright, looking at these two drivers and their cars, it's going to be an interesting race. The Honda Indica, driven by Botgamon, has a reputation for agility and sharp handling, which could give it an edge on a track like Barbagallo. On the other hand, Cirraria's Chevrolet tends to have a bit more raw power, which might help in straights and overtaking situations. Considering the track layout and the car's characteristics, I'd put my chips on Botgamoning and the Honda for a slightly better overall performance. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Probably a good reason to watch this race unfold and see which one outsmarts the other. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race is off at Barbagallo and leading the pack is Bot Wild Cavanaugh in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the front. Let's see if it can hold that pole position, or if the others are going to surprise us. Beats with Kev has shot out in front, leading the pack. Wild Cavanaugh is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Rondom 69 is currently in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Dishonored Fox is climbing to third place. Figure de Sport and Lord Patril are neck and neck for fifth. Wendy Tapsumbong 6 and Figure T-Sport are also battling hard for sixth. Eddie Levy is climbing up to 7th place. Wendy's Tapsumbong 6 and Eddie Liv are battling hard for that 7th spot. Emerald Take 3988 is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 9th. Wild Cavanaugh just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Beats with Kev and Wild Cavanaugh are nose to nose at the front. Emerald Take 3988 is climbing up to 8th place. Wenty Tapsumbong 6 is making a strong push, now in 6th place. Just Hanef is climbing fast, now in 11th. Chizan Dashawa is also on the move, now in 13th. Dishonored Fox and Beats with Kev are neck and neck for the lead. Lord Buttrill just climbed 1 spot to 3rd. Now Lord Buttrill and Dishonored Fox are fighting hard for 2nd. Rondom 69 just snuck into 3rd place. Figure de Sport and Wenty Tapsumbong 6 also climbing up a spot each. Looks like a little shuffle at the top. Super Sigi is climbing up to 6th place. Waffling Gotters is now 7th. AG Leve has moved into 8th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Eddie Leve is climbing up to 7th place. Just Shanetf is now in 8th. Cheese and Dashauer and Meserub Starks are locked in a close fight for 11th. Rondom 69 and Dishonored Fox are neck and neck for 2nd place. Waffling Gotters just gained 1 spot and is now 8th. The Betty White Show and Your Instinct are fighting hard for 13th. Wow. Beats with Kev took the checkered flag? Looks like someone's been practicing. Well done. Hey Wildsufin, glad to see you back. Hope you're ready for some high-speed car chaos. We've got some intense AI races happening right now. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Wow, Beats with Kev really took the checkered flag in style. Congratulations! That was an incredible race to watch. Looks like all those hours spent tuning must have paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak next round. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1971 Ferrari 312 di Ciudad. It's got that legendary Ferrari pedigree and the most advanced aerodynamics for its time, which could give it an edge on the twisty Nürburgring Sprint short circuit. Sure, those other cars are interesting classics, but the Ferrari's reputation for speed and handling might just make it the one to beat. Plus, it's the kind of car that could surprise everyone with a burst of acceleration. Alright, everyone? If you haven't selected your car yet, now is the time to do it. The countdown is almost over, so make your pick before they zoom off without you. Alright, this is a throwback showdown for the ages. Both cars from 1971, so we're definitely in classic racing territory. The Matra MS120B is known for its aerodynamic design and agility, while the Brabham BT34 has that innovative ground effect design which should give it some serious grip on the track. Given the Nürburgring Sprint short's twists and turns, I'd say the Brabham's ground effect might give it a slight edge in handling. But don't count out the Matra, it's a lightweight speedster, and if Manama Styler 21 can handle it well, they might surprise us all. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Brabham for a narrow victory, but this race is definitely going to be a close one. Let's see who's got the skills to tame these vintage beasts. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Nürburgring Sprint Short Track. Leading the pack is Bot Bilge in a classic 1971B RMP 160, sitting on pole. Let's see if that vintage machine can hold off the competition. Billy has shot off the line into the lead. Zamun is holding strong in second, trying to keep the pressure on. Frankwerty is in third, just hanging on for now. Lil Sprout just moved up one spot to take fourth place. Lil Sprout and Frankwerty are nose to nose for third. Wildsefin and Lil Sprout are also battling hard for fourth. Hopalunese is making a nice climb up to 12th place. D Factor is gaining ground to sit in 6th. Emphatic is also moving up to 8th. Samun is driving a Lotus 72C, a classic F1 car known for its aerodynamic design and innovative features. They are currently in 2nd place, holding a solid position but not quite leading the pack. Justin Noakes is driving a Tyrrell 002. They started in 13th and are currently in 12th, so they're inching forward. Looks like a steady climb, no dramatic moves yet. Henfatig and Blackbeard are nose to tail for 7th place. Autoleartorius just gained one spot to 9th. HP Ludcraft and Autoleartorius are battling fiercely for 9th. Henfatig is climbing up to 7th place. Frankenbals is making a move to 19th. Ludcraft and Autoleartorius are nose to tail for 9th place. Shikomaru is inching up to 12th. Henfatic just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. D Factor and Henfatic are nose to nose for 6th. Mina My Style at 21, and Frankenballs are locked in a close fight for 19th. Wanabakido is driving a Matra MS 120B and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 1:17.4339, so they're holding their own but still chasing the top 10. HP Lootcraft is driving a Tyrrell 002. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of Autoleartorius. Their lap time is solid, but not enough to challenge the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Wildsefin just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Lil Sprout and Wildsefin are still nose to nose for that position. Autoleartorius has gained a spot and is now in 8th. Frankenbals is driving a March 711 Ford and is currently in the 19th place. Their fastest lap is 1:16.939, which is pretty quick considering their position. Looks like they're making some moves but still fighting to climb up. Zaman is driving a Lotus 72C, a classic that's been holding steady in second place. Looks like they're sticking close to Billow, but no dramatic moves yet. Congratulations to Billow on winning at Nürburgring Sprint Short. Looks like someone's got the speed and the skills to take the top spot. Well done. Wow, Billy took the victory. Great job there. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, for the drivers ready to claim a car, Will Tsufin, congratulations on the fastest lap. You can now snag the 1971 Surtees TS9 from F1971. Well earned. Oh, a fun fact about the 1950 F1 racing cars is that they were basically the pioneers of modern Formula One. Back then, safety wasn't really a big concern, so drivers took on hair-raising speeds with almost no protection. Can you imagine racing at over 150 miles per hour in cars that looked like they were built from scrap metal? It's like the Wild West of racing, but with a lot more danger and a lot less seatbelts. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out or else you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what an interesting matchup. Aisley with the vintage BRM Type 15 versus Ebony Shadow with the classic Alfa Romeo 159. Both are beautifully historic cars, but very different in their character and performance. The BRM Type 15 was a powerhouse in its day, but can be a bit unpredictable, especially on a modern circuit like Adelaide without the chicane. Meanwhile, the Alfa Romeo 159 has a reputation for smooth handling and quick acceleration. Given that Adelaide No Chicane is a pretty high-speed track that favors cars with good stability and acceleration, I'd say Ebony Shadow's Alfa Romeo might have the edge. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Maybe Ixley's vintage car will surprise us with some unexpected flair. So I'm leaning towards the Alfa Romeo for a likely win. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed for some vintage magic from Ixley. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Adelaide No Chicane. And look at that, starting on pole, we've got the YTB Laura Biolab in the 1961 Ferrari 156 F1. Classic car, modern AI, this should be interesting. Ren Kaori is leading the race with a strong start. Laura Beolab is right behind in second place. Mr. Roche is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Laura Beolab just nudged ahead to take the lead. Ren Kaori is not giving up easily, still right behind in a close fight for first. Flynn Shiyu Chudley-1 is climbing up to fifth, making a move. Mr. Roche is climbing up to second place. Ren Kaori and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for second. Let's Go and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 14th. Mr. Roche and Laura Beolab are nose to tail for the lead. Rex and Sarah just overtook someone to grab third. Lin Xiaoquan is also climbing up one spot to fourth. Zufake is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 9th place. Rex and Sarah is gaining ground, moving up one spot to second. Nico Brocost is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Nico Broadcast is closing in on Flinchicott 21, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Ren Kaori is climbing up the field, taking 7th place. Rex and Sarah and Laura Biolab are nose to tail at the front. Nico Broadcast just snuck into 4th place. Aisley is climbing up to 7th. Rex and Sarah just snatched the lead, claiming the top spot. Nico Broadcast and Mr. Roche are still nose to nose for 3rd. Let's Go is climbing up to 14th place. Nikhil Broadcast is climbing up to second place now. Laura Beolab and Nikhil Broadcast are nose to nose for second. Blanchetot 21 and Mr. Roche are neck and neck fighting for fourth. Lin Xiekwan 1 is climbing fast into third place. Sufik is making a move up to 8th. Virat Sufin and Ren Kaori are nose to nose for 9th. Deluxe Combo is dropping back to 12th place. Aisley is climbing to 6th. Sufik is moving up to 7th. Deluxe Combo is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 6 cars. Dreletsko is closing in on the Toxins fast, cutting the gap by nearly 9 seconds. Deluxe Combo is racing in a Van Wall VW5 from 1958. Their race looks pretty much over with a time of 99.999, which suggests they might have dropped out or are not actively competing anymore. Sufik is climbing up to 6th place. Aisley is now in 7th. Viltsufin is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 8th. Nika Broadcast is closing in on Rexon's error and has cut the gap by a second. Mr. Roche and Laura Beolab are nose to nose for 4th place. Ren Kaori is catching Ebony Shadow and has closed the gap by a second. Suvik is closing in on Mr. Roche, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Aisley and Zufik are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 8th, making moves. Ebony Shadow is driving an Alfa Romeo 159 from 1951. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time of 149.608. Looks like they're keeping it together for now. Sufik is climbing up to 5th place. Ebony Shadow is now 7th. Drelitsko has moved into 12th. Ren Kaori is driving a 1953 Cooper T23 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Mr. Roche has just gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Sufik and Mr. Roche are nose to nose, fighting hard for that 5th spot. Sufik is climbing up to 5th place. Ebony Shadow is catching up to Mr. Roche, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Aisley is right behind Ebony Shadow, chipping away at the distance by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Rex and Zero, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Rex and Zero really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was some serious driving skill, or maybe just really good luck. Either way, they definitely earned that victory. Nice job. Sure. Here's a fun fact for you. In 1970, NASCAR races, cars could reach speeds of over 180 miles per hour, which was pretty wild for that era. They also had some pretty interesting safety equipment that was primitive by today's standards, but definitely made the races even more thrilling. Imagine racing those cars without all the modern safety tech. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine compete. Hurry up and make your choice before the timer runs out. Oh, this is a classic battle of muscle cars from the early 70s. The Plymouth Roadrunner is known for its speed and agility, but the Chevrolet Monte Carlo has that solid, steady feel. I'd say it's going to be a close call, but I have a feeling the Roadrunner might just edge out ahead with its lighter frame and sporty design. Still, don't count out the Monte Carlo. Sometimes those steady drivers surprise you. Let's see which one's got the speed to burn. Alright folks, the race is off at Auto Club Speedway and leading the pack is Bot Akvathi in a 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Starting on pole, let's see if they can hold on to that top spot, or if the AI drama will shake things up. Akvathi is leading the race with a strong start. Catgirl TM is right behind in second place. Double is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Jacinda Box is climbing fast, now in second place. Jacinda Box and Akvathi are nose to nose for the lead. Double and Jacinda Box are locked in a close fight for second. Smurf 20 is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 4th. Double is having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 9th. Story Forge is making a comeback, passing 9 cars to land in 21st. Blackbeard and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 6th place. Double is inching up to 8th, swapping places with Iris Special in a close fight. Blackbeard just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Connor Malady and Blackbeard are nose to tail for that spot. Iris Special moved up 1 spot to 8th. Connor Malady and Iris Special are battling for 7th. Official Class Alive is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to climb to 24th place. Blackbeard just nudged up 1 spot to 5th. Iris Special also gained 1 spot, now 7th. Special and Catgirl TM are nose to tail for 6th place. Connor Malady and Iris Special are locked in a close fight for 7th. Double and Connor Malady are battling it out for 8th. Iris Special and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 6th place. Wolf's Light just gained a spot to take 9th. Wolf's Light and Connor Malady are locked in a close fight for 8th. Wolf's Light just sneaked into 8th place. Mobius is closing in on 10th, moving up 1 spot. Double and Mobius are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Wolf's Light and Iris Special are nose to tail for 7th place. Mobius is inching up to 10th. Juliet Delta and Double are locked in a close fight for 11th. Official Class Alive is climbing fast, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Thomas Moran is making a move, now in 24th after 6 overtakes. Wildsefin is also on the rise, now in 27th after passing 4 cars. J-Boogie is slicing through the field, now in 8th place. Iris Special is climbing steadily, grabbing the 6th spot. Catgirl TM and Iris Special are nose to nose, fighting for 6th place. Story Forge is closing in on Unknown Tactus, shrinking the gap by 5.6 seconds. Blackbeard is climbing up 1 spot to 4th place. Mobius is gaining 2 spots, now in 9th. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 4th place. Unknown Tactus and Enstek are nose to nose for 16th. Wilsofin is pushing up to 23rd. Rumi Afis 13 and Connor Mality are nose to tail for 14th place. Unknown Tactics makes a move up one spot to 16th. Nonstop and Unknown Tactics are locked in a close fight for 16th. Kila Julieta and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for 10th place. Rumi Afis 13 just gained a spot and is now 14th. Unknown Tactics and Connor Mality are swapping paint for 15th. Kilo Juliet Delta just sneaked into the top 10. Wolf's Light and Kilo Juliet Delta are neck and neck for that spot. Connor Mality and Rumi Fizz 13 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 10th place. Kilo Juliet Delta and Wolf's Light are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Pero Gamerasa is making the move up to 22nd. Our Special and Blackbeard are nose to tail for 5th place. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 9th. Ovidus is inching up to 25th. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 10th place. Yamobius and Kilo Juliet Delta are fighting for that 10th spot. Wild Sufin and Ungunkla Tobin are locked in a close duel for 23rd. Congratulations to Agvathi on the win. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well deserved. Wow, Akvathi really showed everyone up. Congratulations on the win. You must be celebrating that victory right now. Great job out there. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability. Albert Park has tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can corner sharply and respond swiftly to driver inputs will have a big advantage. Speed is important, but being able to stay on the racing line without losing grip is what really counts here. Also, decent acceleration helps out of those slow turns to gain a little extra edge. Overall, a well-balanced car that excels in agility would be the best choice for this track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI-powered vehicle will dominate the track. Get your selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got the classic battle of the vintage beasts here. The BMW E30 is known for its handling and balanced chassis, so it might flex some serious grace on those corners. Meanwhile, the Mazda RX-7 Turbo is all about that lightweight agility and rotary engine power, which can be pretty sneaky fast if it gets the grip right. Given the track is Albert Park, with its mix of tight corners and long straights, I'd say the Mazda could have a slight edge if it manages to keep its turbo boost in check. But don't count out the BMW either. Sometimes those old-school German engineers knew what they were doing. It's a close call, but I'm putting my chips on the Mazda for that extra punch. Let's see if the turbo can outgun the classic chassis. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Albert Park with the 1980s streetcars class. Bot Exception is on pole, steering that classic 1986 BMW M330. Let's see if old school can hold up against the modern chaos. Excepcion is leading the race, Laura Biolab is right behind in second, and Unknown Tactids is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Stephen Brinkley is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 11th place. Unknown Tactids is climbing up 1 spot to second. Connor Malady and Laura Biolab are nose to nose for third. Asayuroni is slicing through the field to take the 18th place. Matrixco is climbing steadily into the top 10. Hikari Amzam is making a move into the top 20. JC Productions and Connor Malady are neck and neck for 4th place. Avilderino is climbing to 9. Let's Go is advancing to 12. GC Productions is climbing up to 4th place. Metrixco is also moving up, now in 7th. Wildsufin and Metrixco are nose to nose for 7th. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing to 5th place. Awildarino is chipping away at Wildsufin's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Let's Go is making a move, now in 11th. JC Productions is closing in on Laura Biolab, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Matrixco has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Wilsefin also gained one position, now in 7th. JC Productions is climbing up to 3rd place. Awildrino is also moving up one spot, now in 8th. Connor Mality and Awildrino are nose to nose for 8th. Chubby Boy RJ is gaining on Laura Biolab, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Nishanmen is creeping up on Esley, chipping away at the lead by over a second. Squatbender and Global Sexel are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Matrixco is climbing up to 5th place. Wildrino and Wilsefin are nose to nose for 7th. Mission Man is inching into the top 12. Matrixco is closing in on Laura Biolab, cutting the gap by 1 second. Stephen Brinkley is climbing up to 9th place. Hikori Hamzam is making a move to 15th. Wildrino is climbing to 7th place. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Will Tsufin, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Grelecko has moved up to 10th place. Stephen Brinkley is driving a 1978 BMW M1.L1. They're currently in the 10th place, so they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Matrixco is climbing up to 4th place. Awildraino is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Wildrino is really closing in on Chubby Boy RJ now. The gap shrank by almost 2 seconds. Mission Man and Connor Malady are still neck and neck for 11th place. Hikori Hamzam just gained one spot and is now 15th. Wildrino and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to tail for 6th place. Mission Man is climbing to 11. Hikori Hamzam is inching up to 15. Wildrino just gained one spot and is now in 6th place. Asuroni moved up 2 spots and is now in 15. Asuroni and Hikori Hamzam are nose to nose for 14th place. Wildrino just overtook someone to grab 5th place. Laura Biolab and Wildrino are nose to tail for 5th. Ya Boy Rwanda is closing in on King Malcolm Eriks, cutting the gap by over a second. Stephen Brinkley and Wiltsufin are nose to tail for 8th place. Aisley and Connor Malady are swapping positions for 12th. Hikori Hamzam and Exley are fighting it out for 13th. Ya Boy Rwanda is driving an Alfa Romeo Spider QV from 1986. They're currently in 20th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, running around 2 minutes 54 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, with a 1.2 second gap. Don Chiwen. Let's Go is gaining on Wiltsufin by 1.1 seconds. Hikori Hamzam has moved up 2 spots to 12th place. Matrixco is closing in on JC Productions, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Stephen Brinkley is climbing 2 spots to take 6th place. Laura Beulab and Stephen Brinkley are locked in a tight battle for 6th. Wow, Exception really outpaced everyone, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an amazing victory for Exception. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those other cars who's boss. That was some impressive driving, I must say. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Hey Xtilo, welcome back to the stream. Glad you're here to see these cars race. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI action. Sure thing. Did you know the 1971 Ford Torino was famous for its sleek muscle car design, and even starred in movies like the original Starsky and Hutch TV series? It's like the car had a cameo career before it even hit the streets. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance. The clock's ticking down, and we don't want any last-minute panic buys. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, given the stats, Stalo has a bit of a tough road ahead with only one win out of 11 races, and being ranked 41st, but at least they've shown some consistency. Sakurai TV is a bit of a mystery, so it's like betting on a dark horse or just throwing a dart in the dark. I'd probably lean towards Stalo just because there's some history there, even if it's not stellar. But let's be honest, in a race like Bathurst with AI drivers, anything can happen. Buckle up, folks, this is going to be interesting. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bathurst, and leading the pack is in the NASCAR 1970 class, driving a classic 1971 AMC Matador door-to-wall. Looks like Bob Fruza really wants to make a statement from pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Alexei Yevsenyuk has shot off the line to take the lead. Fordso is right behind in second place, and Cap Holster is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Borzo just snatched the lead from LXEGX the 28. They're nose to nose for the top spot. Stilo is climbing steadily now in 7th. Cheese and Dashauer and Scalo are locked in a close fight for 6th. LXEX Natit just took the lead, moving into first place. Hot Bolognese is climbing steadily to reach the 15th spot. Everlasting Bot and Zaprandigan are nose to nose, fighting for 25th. The OARD is climbing up to 11th place. Circumingate and Defactor are neck and neck for 13. Samu Zamun is advancing to 15. Stalo is in 7th, just behind Sakurai TV in 8th. Looks like a close fight, but Sakurai TV might have the edge if they stay consistent. Slitten's lead gaming is driving an AMC Matador. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. The OR is driving a Plymouth Roadrunner and currently sits in 12th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Oakslothy is in the Mercury Cyclone, starting in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady just outside the top 10, but no real moves yet. Portil is now in first place. Cap Holster has moved up to second. Alex AX Nati is closing in on Cap Holster, and they are battling for second place. Alex EX at EX is making a move to the front of the pack. Morningstarzel is climbing up to 20. Laura Biolab just climbed one spot to 20. Everlasting Bot also moved up one spot to 23. Sittensleda Gaming is gaining on Alex Hasnabrain, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Alex Nati is leading in a Mercury Cyclone from 1971, which is known for its sleek design and decent speed. Looks like they're holding the lead comfortably so far, probably enjoying the advantage of being in second starting position. Ewart is driving a Plymouth Roadrunner and currently sits in 12th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Kaboompa is driving a Mercury Cyclone. They are currently in 19th place, and seem to be struggling to move up the field. Lil Sprout is in the 23rd position, driving a 1972 Ford Torino Dada. Looks like they're struggling a bit. Stuck behind some older models and not making any moves yet. Saprendigan is driving a Dodge Charger from 1971. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 24th place. Not exactly making waves, but still in the race. Sir Gamingay is in the 13th place driving a Plymouth Roadrunner. Their race seems steady but not making much progress. Still stuck behind a few cars. Wow, Alexei Nati just won the race. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the victory. Wow. Alexei Tibet. You really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. That's quite the achievement, especially in a field like this. Well done! And big news for Ixtilo. Since you won the bet race, you get to claim the fantastic 1971 Dodge Charger. Hope you enjoy cruising around in that beauty. Nice work to both of you. Sure thing. Did you know that the classic Indy cars were known for their incredible speed and distinctive open-wheel design? They could reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour back in the day. It's like putting a rocket on wheels and sending it around the track. And the best part? The drivers had to wear minimal safety gear compared to today's standards. So you could say they raced with a bit more daring. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. You've got just a few seconds to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Hurry up and make your choice or you might end up with a lemon instead of a sleek speedster. Wow, those are some seriously vintage rides for a race at Talladega. Dishonored Fox with the 1963 at Gachanian Watson. Sounds like he's got a classic, but that 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is no slouch either. Considering the cars, I'd say the Watson might have a slight edge with its design aimed more at racing, but that Ferrari's got history and flair on its side. It's a tough call, but I'd probably lean slightly toward the 1963 Agachanian Watson. Let's see if the AI drivers can prove me right, or if the vintage Ferrari surprises us all. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Talladega, and leading the pack is Rikoharu G, piloting a vintage 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, clearly showing that even in the future, classic cars have their charm. Stay tuned for a wild race. Rikoharu G has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Woofing in 18 is right behind in second, and Dishonored Fox is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rio Serial is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Toadette is making a move, now in 16th after passing 6 cars. Emerald Tick 3988 is also on the rise, now in 23rd after overtaking 3 cars. Dishonored Fox is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Scrooge Champ has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Tyler Drums 31 and Bjorn Art are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th place. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Toucan's Flora are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wilsofin is advancing to 11th. Bufina 19 is closing in on Abulays with a 10.7 second gap. Dado Ichano. Dishonored Fox is narrowing the distance to Rekoharu G by 6:30 seconds. Ashiro 92 is on a rampage, overtaking 9 cars to grab the 10th spot. Netzerob Starks is narrowing the gap to Crazy Sweetbutt by 5 seconds. Avildrino is closing in on Scrooge Champ, cutting it down by over 6 seconds. Toadette is on the move, overtaking 5 cars to claim the 11th spot. Tyler Drums 31 is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to reach 18th place. Reiko Haruji and Bufina 19 are nose to tail at the front for the lead. Dishonored Fox and Reiko Haruji are locked in a close duel for 2nd. Aminsan just blitzed through 4 cars to grab the 15th spot. Ovidus is not far behind, overtaking 8 cars to land in 16th. Itzajax is on a roll too, passing 5 cars to settle in 18th. The race is heating up. Cliff Zone is on a tier, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 13 cars. Ariu Serial is not far behind, making a huge jump to 5th after passing 23 cars. Stankit is also on the move, taking 6th after overtaking 15 cars. The race is heating up fast. Crazy Sweetbutt is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 5 cars. Scrooge Champ is also making a move, now in 5th after passing 5 cars. Daimyo Xerox is catching up, now in 6th after overtaking 5 cars as well. Dishonored Fox just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. Reiko Haruji and Dishonored Fox are nose to tail for the lead. Bufina 19 and Dishonored Fox are also close, fighting for 2nd. Bufina 18 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Bufina 18 and Reiko Haruji are nose to nose for the lead. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to 5th place. Netup Stacks and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 5th place. Bjorn Art and Nizirup Stacks are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Toadette is climbing up to 8th, leaving some room for others to catch up. Tangaducky TTV is making a bold move, climbing up 5 spots to reach the 15th place. Max Spirelli is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to the 16th. Dishonored Fox is on a roll, advancing 2 places to sit comfortably at the top. Echui Aiti. Ovidus is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 14. Lithocarp is also on the move, grabbing 3 positions to 15. Ixajax is not far behind, overtaking 3 cars to land in 16. Wow! Dishonored Fox, you really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Dishonored Fox really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! You must be feeling pretty good about that. I mean, they probably just left everyone in the dust, huh? Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bernese Alps Festival circuit, I would say it's the 2017 Honda Civic Type R. This little beast is known for its sharp handling, aggressive aerodynamics, and overall agility, which are essential on those twisty, mountainous roads. The Civic Type R has a reputation for being a track-ready hot hatch that can carve through alpine curves with precision. The combination of a sporty turbocharged engine and a finely tuned chassis makes it the likely winner in this unlikely lineup of vintage icons and luxury cruisers. Plus, it's modern enough to handle the elevation changes and unpredictable roads better than some of the more vintage or luxury options. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't let your favorite slip away because you were too slow. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the stunning Bernese Alps Festival track. Leading the pack from pole position is the Bot 5-0 guy in a classic 26 Porsche Cayman S. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the newer rivals. By Snow Guy is leading the pack, followed closely by Relaxed View and Beats with Kev. Looks like a chilly start at the front. Yesterone, and their 133,796 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Beats with Cave just gained 1 position to 2nd. Relaxed View and Beats with Kev are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Yesterone 33,796 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Dishonored Fox is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 13th. Drawn is inching up, moving 1 spot to 3rd. Yesterone 33,796 just snuck into 4th place. Schmerzenlieb climbing 2 spots to 7th. Schmerzenlieb and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 6th. Schmerzenlieb is climbing fast to 5th place. Relaxed View and Schmerzenlieb are nose to nose for 5th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is edging up to 8th. Laura Beolab is climbing nicely to 9th place. Villa Scopebein is also making progress to 11th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 7th place. Laura Beolab is now 8th. Villa Scopebein has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Anonymous Ninity 3 is closing in on Relaxed View with a 1.2 second gap. Villa Scopebein has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Maya has gained 2 spots and is now in 11th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing to 6th place. Villa Scopebein is making a strong move up to 7th. Relaxed View and Villa Scopebein are nose to nose for 7th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Villa Scopebein are still nose to nose for 6th place. Laura Beolab just climbed up to 8th. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Dishonored Fox and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 11. Big Old Nerd and Kyosify are locked in a close fight for 16. Dishonored Fox is climbing up to 11th place. Wildsofin is closing in on the Betty White Show, cutting the gap by over a second. Big Old Nerd is advancing to 16th place. Schmerzenliebe just overtook Gesterone 133,796 and is now in 4th place. Relaxed View is closing the gap on Laura Beolab, now only 3.8 seconds behind. The battle for 8th place between Relaxed View and Laura Beolab is heating up. Big Old Nerd is on a roll, overtaking 15 cars to take the lead. 5-0 Guy and Big Gold Nerd are nose to nose for 1st place. Yesterone 33,796 and Shran are locked in a close fight for 5th. Even Surogai just overtook someone to take the lead. Beats with Kev is climbing up to second. Schmerzendive is also making moves into third. The top three are getting pretty crowded. Schron and Schmerzenliv are neck and neck for third place. Belisco, Baim and Schron are fighting hard for fourth. Dishonored Fox is making a move, climbing up to ninth. Schron and Schmerzenliv are neck and neck for third place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is creeping closer to Gesterone 133,796, closing the gap by a second and a half. The modern street cars are dominating with consistent lap times and top positions. Vintage and retro cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track's demands. Kyosify is holding a decent lead over Anonymous Ninity 3, but with only one lap left, it's all about maintaining that gap. Anonymous Ninity 3 needs to push hard now to catch up. The Alpine twists are definitely shaking up the order with overtakes on the narrow sections. The faster laps suggest some drivers are adapting better to the elevation changes. Wow, Fivenza Rogai just took the crown. Guess all those practice runs paid off. Well done. Wow, Five Nose Guy really took the checkered flag. Congratulations to them. Looks like that was a race to remember. Sure thing. Did you know that Zandvoort is famous for its unique corner called the Tarzan corner? It's a high-speed turn that makes drivers feel like they're swinging through the jungle, which is pretty fitting given the name. It's one of those spots where bravery really pays off or ends in a little less speed than planned. Alright everyone, the clock is winding down. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace until the next race. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car hit the track. Alright, this is quite the throwback race. The Sauber C15 from 1996 is a classic, and Okinabaka has it. But it's a bit of an underdog compared to the Ferrari F310, which is a pretty legendary car from that era. The Ferrari has the edge in raw speed and handling, especially around a track like Zandvoort with its tricky corners. I'd give the slight edge to Betsmar, but let's not forget, sometimes the driver's skill in race conditions can surprise us. Looks like it's gonna be a fun one to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Zandvoort Nationale. On pole is Bot Senor Flip-Flopone, 120-20, piloting a 1996 40 FG01BI. Let's see if that classic can pull off an upset or if it's just there for the nostalgia. Senor Flip-Flopone 2020 has taken an early lead with Mr. Wolf J right behind in second place. Rusna Pomzix is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Laura Beoleb just overtook two cars to grab second place. The Hyper 7 is also climbing 2 spots, now sitting in third. Mr. Wolf J and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for third place. Looks like a battle is heating up. Iconic Odd is climbing up to 7th place now. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and Iconic Odd are nose to nose for that spot. Betsmar and Indigo PT are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is climbing to 7th place. Indigo PT is also moving up to 9th place. Mulavi and Indigo Pete are locked in a close fight for 9th. Mr. Wolf J is now in 3rd place. The Hyper 7 and Mr. Wolf J are battling hard for 3rd position. Ariu Serial has moved up to 12th place. Okinabaka is dropping like a stone. now 9 places behind at 23rd. The Hyper 7 is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Mr. Wolf J and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on the top 3. The Hyper 7 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for 3rd place. Lady Gami is making a move, climbing to 20. Arayu Serial is climbing up to 11th place. Dexma and Arayu Serial are nose to nose for 11th. Lady Gami is advancing to 19th place. Wanabakido just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Rusna Pomsix and Wanabakido are nose to nose for 5th position. Dexma and Arayu Serial are locked in a close fight for 11th. The Hyper 7 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for 3rd place. Rusna Palm 6 has gained 1 position and is now in 5th. Nektar Romaval and Wiltsufin are locked in a close fight for 14th. Iconic Odd is climbing to 7th place. Ario Serio is now in 10th. Looks like some steady progress. The Hyper 7 is really having a rough time, dropping to 18th place. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing steadily into 4th. Wanabakido is also making moves into 5th. Indigo Pate is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Mulavi and Arayu Serial are locked in a close fight for 9th. Uncle Tobin is racing a Minardi in 195B, starting from the back and currently in 21st place. Their lap time is a bit slower at 1:4:13, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Okinabaka is gaining fast on the Hyper 7. The Hyper 7 is inching closer to Silhouette. Indigo Pate is holding a strong position and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's pushing hard to stay ahead. The Hyper 7 is driving at Tyrrell 024. They're in 5th place, but seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times compared to the leaders. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow! Congrats to Senor Flip-Flopone 120 on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. I bet even the cars are surprised. Definitely some skill there. Or maybe just really good luck. Either way, well deserved. Sure thing. Did you know that the retro GT 500 racing cars are like time travelers on the track? They combine vintage style with modern racing technology, making them look classic, but race faster than you can say, muscle car. It's like watching a car from the 60s show up to a modern race and still beat everyone. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you're going to end up with whatever's left. Hurry up before the AI takes the wheel and we end up with a disaster on wheels. Alright, this is quite the matchup. We've got Stankit, with a classic Porsche 911 GT2, a car known for its legendary handling and speed, especially considering its age, but still quite the beast. On the other hand, a Bumsy is in a Mitsubishi FTO JGTC, which is a decent contender, but perhaps not quite as iconic or aggressive in racing circles. The Porsche's pedigree and agility on this kind of track probably give it a solid edge. The FTO is fun, sure, but I doubt it has the same raw power and balance that the Porsche brings to the table. So, I'd put my chips on Stankit taking the win. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sitges Terramar Reverse. Leading the pack from pole is the Retro GT500 class car, driven by Bot Gamoning, a 1994 Bugatti E110L. Let's see if it can hold on to that front spot. Bot Gamoning is leading the race, followed closely by Matrixco in second place. Our Windstorm is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Cheroffic Kitten is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Our Windstorm has gained 2 positions, and now leads the race. Bot Gamoning and our Windstorm are nose to tail fighting for the top spot. Vagranchanta is making a move, and now in 13th place. Cheroffic Kitten and Matrixco are nose to nose for 3rd. Crystal 33D just gained 1 spot and is now 6th. Cheroffic Kitten is climbing up to 3rd place. Crystal 33D and Stankair nose to nose for 5th. Tangadaki DTV and Crystal 33 are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Crystal 33 is climbing to 5th place. Tangadaki DTV is now in 6th. Vagrantin Shanta has moved up to 12th. Crystal 33 and Matrixco are nose to nose for 4th place. Tangadaki DTV and Crystal 33 are also fighting hard for 5th. Apex Milkbag is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Botka Morning and Alwyn Storm are nose to tail for the lead. Crystal 33 just gained a spot and is closing in on the top 4. Matrixco and Crystal 33 are also locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Cheroffic Kitten is catching up to Botgamanong fast. Crystal 33 is closing in on Cheroffic Kitten even quicker. Tangadaki DTV just jumped a spot to 5th place. Tangadaki DTV is climbing to 4th place. Apex Milkbag and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to nose for 12th. Kakrish is inching up to 16th. Stankit is closing in on Matrixco quickly, just over a second behind now. Vagrant Enchanter and Ixnobudixu are nose to nose for 11th place. Kirchgan Estagen Games are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Bot Gamoning takes the lead now. Cheroffic Kitten moves into 2nd place. Tangadaki TTV is catching O Windstorm, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Tangadaki DTV and Awin Storm are neck and neck for 3rd place. Gage and Estevan Games are fighting hard for 15th. Tangadaki TTV is climbing up to 3rd place. Kirchgan Estevan Games are nose to nose for 15th. Detoxin is climbing up to 13th place. Estevan Games is now 14. Kekavishk is slotting into 15. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Cherifakitten is really pushing to catch Botkamoning up front. Tangadaki DTV and Cherifakitten are neck and neck for second place. Cherifakitten is closing in on Botkamoning, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Tangadaki DTV and Cherifakitten are in a tight battle for P22. Owlin Storm is right behind Tangadaki TTV. Looks like a move is imminent. Ixnobodixo is gaining on Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap steadily. Krieg is catching up to SS Davin Games, but still a bit of work to do. Wow! Botkamoning just took the top spot. Guess all those hours of practice paid off. Well done! Wow, Coffee Kitten. You really showed off your skills out there. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned it. That was some impressive driving, I must say. Can't wait to see what you do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since Mugello Short is all about tight corners and quick maneuvers. It's not really a straight-line speed test, so a car that can navigate sharp turns smoothly and stay glued to the road is key. Acceleration matters too, because getting out of those corners quickly helps you gain an edge. Overall, a car with great grip and responsive steering would be my top choice for dominating Mugello Short. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Oh, this is a classic showdown of vintage speed. The March 751 is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially in tight corners like Mugello Short. The Brabham BT44B, on the other hand, has a bit more power, but can sometimes struggle with the finesse needed on a shorter track. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say Cap Holster with the March might have the edge in this one. Especially if they can wrangle that vintage agility to their advantage. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen, so I'm staying tuned. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mugello Short. Bot Cap Holster is on pole in a classic 1975, March 7:51. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead. Cap Holster has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Anaxagorax is right behind in second, and Laura Biolab is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cometwy is climbing fast, now in 14th place after 3 overtakes. Anaxagorax is holding on to the lead, but Cap Holster is right behind, both battling fiercely for the top spot. Whitriel 25 is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bigodnod is also making moves, now in 12th after a similar surge. Cap Holster and Anaxagorax are locked in a fierce duel for the lead, nose to tail. Cap Holster just took the lead. Laura Biolab is not giving up P2 easily. Anaxagorax is closing in on that battle for second place. Lotusos and Bill the Old Guy are nose to tail for 4th place. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up to 7. Gabitha Minimac and N-Body Notes are locked in a close fight for 6th. Lotusos is climbing up to 4th place. Gabitha Minimac has moved into 6th. Gabitha Minimac and Bill the Old Guy are nose to nose for 5th. Cap Holster is really having a rough time dropping to 12th place. Laura Biolab is climbing up to 1st place. Anaxagorax is also making moves up to 2nd. Anaxagorax just overtook for the lead. Laura Biolab is right on his tail. With 3 out 25, and N Body Notes are neck and neck for 6th place. With 3 out 25 is climbing to 5th place. Big Old Nerd is inching closer to 8. Wiltsofin and Big Old Nerd are locked in a fierce duel for 9. N Body Notes and Filthy Old Guy are neck and neck for 6th place. Ghostly Godox just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a March 751 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 1:0.527, which suggests they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Big Goldnut and SS Davin Games are neck and neck for 8th place. Tangaducky TTV just climbed 1 spot to 12th. Beth Relini also moved up 1 spot to 15th. Tangaducky DTV is climbing to 11th place. Exclusivagox is making a move up to 13th place. Connor Mality and Exclusivagox are nose to nose for 13th place. Gabitha Minimac just sneaked into 3rd place. Connor Mality and Exclusivagox are nose to nose for the 13th spot. N Body Notes and Filthy Old Guy are nose to nose for 6th place. Connor Mality just nudged up to 13th. Colnatwi and Bethreline are locked in a close fight for 15th. Bethrelaney just moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Exclusivagox and Bethreline are nose to nose for that same spot. Laura Biolab just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Gavith the Minimac is closing in on Anaxagorax, chopping 2.2 seconds off the gap. The fight for 2nd place is heating up between Gavith the Minimac and Anaxagorax. Gavith the Minimac is climbing up to 2nd place. N Body Notes and Filthy Old Guy are neck and neck for 6th. Tangaducky TTV and Wiltsofin are fighting for 10th. With 3 out 25 is really closing in on Lotusos. Just a 1.5 behind now. N Body Notes is climbing up to 6th place. Tangaducky TTV is sneaking into the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that effort paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, congratulations to Laura Biolab for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. They really showed those cars who's boss today. Can't wait to see what they do in the next round. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Sandford Club is all about tight turns and tricky curves, so a car that can stick to the road and handle those sharp bends smoothly would have an edge. Quick acceleration out of corners is also a plus because the track has some straight sections where you can really open up the throttle. Overall, a balance of agility and decent power would make the difference here. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we're about to get this race started. Don't miss out on the chance to see your top choice race to the finish line. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Wow, this is like a blast from the past versus a slightly less ancient beast. The Toyota Eagle Mark III. From 1993 is known for its endurance and reliability. But whether that will matter on the tight and twisty Zandvoort circuit is yet to be seen. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Intrepid RM1 from 1991 has a reputation for being a bit of a wild card, with some surprising speed in its heyday. Given the track layout, I'd probably lean toward the Toyota for consistent laps, but the Chevrolet could definitely shake things up if it gets the right grip. Honestly, I might call it a close race, but I'd give a slight edge to the Toyota, just because of its proven track record and more modern design in the grand scheme of racing cars. Let's see if the AI agrees or if the Chevrolet pulls off an upset. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Zandvoort Club, and look at that, Bot Scorched Log is on pole driving a classic 1989 Aston Martin at 01. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. Scorched Log has shot to the front, leading the pack. Adenaup 44 is holding strong in second, while Gretz 34 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Adenaup 44 is now in first place. Katsuma Girl has climbed to fourth. Mermudar is in fifth. Looks like the race is heating up. Violetta Mama climbs to 10th place. Gish the Husky advances 2 spots to 16. Gish the Husky and Mandako Bleich are nose to nose for 15. The Goldnerd and Jordan are nose to nose for 8th place. Gamer Boss 72 and Beam Streams are locked in a close fight for 19th. Gravy Graves just gained a spot to take 20th. Gravy Graves and Gamer Boss 72 are battling it out for 19th. Agrit's 34 and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 2nd place. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 9th. Gamer Boss 72 is making a move to 20th. Scorched Log and Adenaup 44 are nose to tail at the front. Gravy Graves just gained 1 spot and is now in 21st. Neotexum is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190E. Evo 2. They're currently in 14th place, just ahead of the pack but not making much noise. Looks like a steady race for now. Ka Girl is climbing to 3rd place. Violetta Mama is now in 8th. The Goldnerd is just behind in 9th. Violetta Mama is gaining on its Bumblebee, closing the gap by 1 second. Orange Funk and Jordan are nose to nose for 10th place. The Goldnerd is driving the Chevrolet Intrepid RM1. They're currently in 10th place and have a slowest lap of 1 minute, 5 seconds, and 533 milliseconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace with the front runners. Hey neighbor, says Nida. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car races. It's always a thrill to watch these machines battle it out on the track. Ruki Miriki is racing a 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evodo Ho. They are currently in 14th place and seem to be struggling a bit with pace, as their lap time is over 9 seconds slower than the leaders. Neotexum climbs to 12th place. Rukinariki is gaining on Exclusivax, closing the gap by over 1.5 seconds. The fight for 13th place is heating up with those two right on each other's tail. Car Girl just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Niyamida and Scorched Log are still nose to nose for 4th. Rukimiriki is climbing up to 14th. Agrides 34 is climbing fast to take the lead. Mirmuidar is making a move to secure 4th place. Archero 92 is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo Do. They're currently in the 22nd spot and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but they're not making any big moves yet. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you're the one to beat now. Wow! Agrides 34 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on that fantastic win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next in the race. Alright, here's a fun fact about the GTO racing car class. These cars were known for their incredible power and aggressive looks, and they basically turned racing into a showdown of raw muscle and speed. They were so dominant in their era that they often made regular street cars look like little brothers on the track. It's like bringing a muscle car to a go-kart race and still winning. Alright everyone, make sure you pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. We don't want any last-minute panic buys now, do we? Get those selections in and let's see which AI driver will reign supreme. Alright. We've got James Misk in a classic Mercury Cougar XR7 NSA and Ovidus in a 1984 Ferrari 280X GTO. Now, the Cougar is a solid throwback, but it's more of a muscle car, not exactly built for sharp corners. The Ferrari, on the other hand, is a lightweight, nimble racing machine. With Baskerville's twisty layout, I'd say Ovidus has the edge thanks to that Ferrari's agility. But hey, sometimes classic muscle cars surprise us, so it could be closer than it looks. Who do you think has the upper hand? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Baskerville, and leading the pack is the GTO class car, a 1998 Porsche 911 G2, starting on pole. Looks like it's got a good shot at staying in front for now. Naiba has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Shototodoroka 39 in second place. Viltsufin is holding steady in third, but expects some fireworks soon. Viltsufin just overtook someone to take second place. James and Amy are still locked in that close fight for fifth. Rana Rampage is climbing up to 11th. Shototodoroka 39 and Viltsufin are nose to tail for second place. Henfatik just gained one spot and is now in 12th. Vanoi 1857 and Henfatik are battling closely for 12th position. Shototodoroka 39 and Viltsufin are neck and neck for second place. Ovidus is climbing up one spot to 7th. Vanoni 1857 and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Mutuba and Ovidus are still nose to nose for 7th. Gerlof Diamond is making a move, now in 14th. Mutuba is climbing up to 7th place. Henfatik and Rana Rampage are nose to nose for 11th. Balsamic Vintwell, 183, is driving a BMW M3 GTR Evo from 1995. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Baskerville's tight corners are shaking up the order with overtakes and position changes. Fast laps are mostly from the front runners, but the track's demanding nature keeps everyone on their toes. Wildsufin just overtook Naibe and now leads the race. Naibe is not giving up easily though, they're still close behind. Niederobstarks is driving a Ferrari 288 XGTO from 1984. They started in 3rd and are currently in 5th, so they're holding their position but not making much progress. Fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Shototo Doroke 39 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 10th. The Grand Enchanter is now 15th after a little push forward. Wildsufin is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless he suddenly forgets how to drive. Ken Fatic is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 in the Retro DTM class. They're currently in the 14th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 9th place. The Grand Enchanter and its There Aper are locked in a close fight for 14th. Mutube is closing in on James Misk, chipping away at the gap by 1.1 seconds. The Grand Enchanter and its There Aper are locked in a fierce duel for the 14th spot. Balsamic Vintwell, 183, is climbing up to 10th place. Vanona 1857 is also moving up to 15th. Vanona 1857 and its There Aper are nose-to-nose for 14th. The Grand Enchanter is climbing up to 15th place. Frank Werdy is also moving up to 16th. Looks like they're both on a little upward journey. Mulutuba and James Misk are neck and neck for 6th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 12th. It's There Aper and Hinfatig are locked in a close fight for 13th. Mutube is climbing to 6th place. Ovidos is also moving up to 7th. James Misk and Ovidos are nose-to-nose for 7th. Wow. Wildsufin really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow! Wildsufin really pulled off a triple crown, huh? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's some serious driving skill right there. Congrats to them. And as for the prizes, Wilsefin, you've earned yourself a 1988 Oldsmobile Cutlass SC AGT for both the fastest lap and the most overtake. Looks like you're going to be cruising in style. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2017 Norma M30. It's known for its agility and tech-forward design, which might just give it the edge around those tricky spa corners. The others are solid contenders too, but the Norma's blend of speed and handling seems like it could make it a strong favorite on that vintage circuit. Alright folks, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to make your decision, or you might end up with something less exciting. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, looking at these two, Wangatang 7, 272 in the 2010, Oreca FL9, is going for a classic that's proven its mettle over the years. Still, the Norma M30 from 2017, driven by Imogen Tempest, is newer and likely has some modern updates that could give it an edge. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Norma M30. It's got the fresh tech, and probably a bit more agility around Spa's vintage twists and turns. Though, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes history and newer updates can make all the difference. Let's see how they handle the curves. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Spa Vintage. And leading the pack is the LMP3 car named Bot School Bus Rust FDP. It's a 2011 Cytec C11SN, starting in pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if someone else has other plans. School Bus Rust TV has taken an early lead. Derrigaz is right behind in second, and Balsamic Vin 283 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Derrigaz and School Bus Rust FE are nose to tail at the front. Balsamic Vin 283 and Derrigaz are locked in a fierce fight for second. Wanga Tang 7 272 and Balsamic Vin 283 are swapping positions in the battle for third. Alexas Nobrain is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Wanga Tang 7 272 is inching closer to the top 3. Imogen Tempus is also making moves, just behind Wanga Tang 7 272. Joey Pastrami is on a roll, climbing to 12th place. Ika 77 is making a move, now in 14th place. Cheese and Dashauer is also gaining ground, now in 16th place. Wanga Tang 72 and 72, and Derrigaz are nose to tail for second place. Naibe just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Knox Exodus and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wanga Tang Sagan 272 is climbing to second place. Wilsefin and Axton Hits are nose to nose for 5th. Naibe and Wilsefin are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Balsamic Vin 283 is closing in on Super Siggy like a heat-seeking missile, chipping away at 17.1 seconds. Wilsefin just moved up 1 spot to 5th place, probably feeling pretty good about that. Naibe and Axton Hits are locked in a fierce duel for 6th place, so expect some fireworks there. Balsamic Vin 283 is closing in on Super Siggy fast, just a few seconds behind now. Wanga Tank 7 272 is gaining on School Bus Rust TV steadily. Naibe is climbing up the leaderboard, now in 5th place and looking to make a move. Balsamic Vin 283 is closing in fast on Super Siggy, cutting the gap by 6.7 seconds. Wanga Tang 7 272 and School Bus Rust TV are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Naibe just gained a spot, now sitting in 4th place. Wanga Tang 7 272 has taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Balsamic Vin 283 is closing fast on Super Siggy, the gap shrinking by 7.6 seconds. Derrigaz is inching closer to School Bus Rust TV, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Wanga Tang 7 272 is dropping like a stone to 9th place. Naibe is also losing ground, now 10 places back. Balsamic Vin 283 is on a charge, closing in on Super Siggy with a 5.1 second gap. Imogen Tempus is closing in on Crazy Sweet Butt, the gap shrinking fast. Yaxindabox is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to land in the 17th spot. Alex Has No Brain is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to sit in 18th. Wutsufin is really having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack. Crazy Sweet Butt is gaining on School Bus Rustavi fast, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Joey Pastrami is climbing up nicely, now in 8th place and pushing forward. Zombush 86 is really dropping back, now in the 17th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is gaining on School Bus Rustavi, closing the gap by over a second. Darigaz and Nox Exodus are locked in a fierce scrap for 5th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is really closing the gap on School Bus Rustavi, only a 1.5 seconds behind now. Beef McGee and Areo Cereal are locked in a fierce battle for 9th place. Super Siggy just gained a spot to move into 17th. Crazy Sweet Butt is really pushing on School Bus Rustavi now, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Darigos has climbed 1 spot to take 5th place. Arayu Cereal is closing in on Joey Pastrami, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The two are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is now in 1st place. Alex Has No Brain has climbed to 14. Alex Has No Brain and Cheese and Dashower are nose to nose for 13th. Congratulations to Wangatang 7272 for winning at Spa Vintage. Looks like they really knew how to take the checkered flag. Well done! Wow, crazy sweet, but really went all out. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap time, and making the most overtakes. That's like winning a gold medal, a sprint, and a football game all in one day. Huge congratulations to them. They totally earned this epic Triple Crown victory. Here's a fun fact for you. The combined streetcar racing class is basically like putting everyday cars on a high-speed roller coaster, but without the safety harnesses. It's a wild mix of speed and style that reminds us even Grandma's sedan can turn into a race champion if you push it enough. Who knew that your everyday ride could become a secret race car? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's about to run out, and then it's all up to the AI to decide who gets to race. Don't miss out on your chance to pick the sleekest, fastest, or just the most ridiculous car out there. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. Yaki Ramen is in a shiny, modern Ferrari 488 Pista, which is built for speed and agility. Stank it is in a vintage Dawa 962 LM, which is a classic and might have some nostalgic charm, but it's probably less nimble than the Ferrari. Given the power and technology differences, I'd say Yaki Ramen has the upper hand. The Ferrari's aerodynamics and recent engineering should give it a clear advantage around Barbagala's twists and turns. But hey, if Stank It manages to channel some vintage racing magic, it could spice things up. But I'm putting my money on Yakaraman taking the win in this race. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Barbagallo. Leading the pack is bot Archeron 192 in a classic 1987 Ferrari F40. Looks like we've got some vintage flair in the mix. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Oaks Wolfie has taken the lead right out of the gate. Arterona 92 is holding strong in second place, and Wildsufin is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Wildsufin is now in second place. Ragnarox has moved into third. Someone is climbing into fifth. Looks like someone is climbing the ladder to fourth place. Derletsko just nudged into fifth. Fulzo is inching closer to the top six. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Archero 92 and Fuzo are locked in a tight fight for sixth place. Dr. Felix just gained one spot and is now eighth. Athena CNC and Killzagirl are battling it out for 10th. Dr. Felix just overtook Naibe for 7th place. Naibe is not giving up easily though. They are still nose to tail, ready for the next move. The Let's Go is climbing to 4th place. Naibe is now 7th. Hermid Media has jumped to 10. The race is heating up. Kadida Nyarai. Tarimerai. Katsumagir. Got Nium Dizio. Kastain 1 spot to 11. Swell placed 8 Yay and Yakaraman are nose to nose for 13. Swell placed V is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Wildsufin is closing the gap on Oaks Wolfie, now just 1.2 seconds behind. X Ragnarox is hot on Wildsufin's tail, closing in by 1.33 seconds. X Ragnarox and Wildsufin are locked in a fierce fight for second place. Der Let's Go just snuck into third place. Naibe is closing the gap on Fuzo, but still a bit behind. Yakiram is climbing fast, now in 12th. Dr. Felix just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Bozo and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 6th. Naibe and Dr. Felix are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Dr. Felix just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Athena CNC is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Stankit moved up 1 spot and is now in 13. Drelitsko and Wildsufin are nose to tail for 2nd place. Fozo just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Dr. Felix and Fuzo are battling hard for 6th. Der Let's Go just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Dr. Felix is also climbing up, now in 6th. Naibe and Fuzo are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a close fight. Dr. Felix is climbing to 5th place. Naibe is now 7th. MooTube is making a move to 18. Athena CNC just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Athena CNC and Naibi are nose-to-nose for 7th. Swell Plastic V and Hermit Media are locked in a close fight for 10th. Photo is climbing up to 8th place. Hermit Media is now 9th. Swell Plastic V has moved into 10th. Naiba and the other racer are nose to tail for 6th place. Athena CNC and Swell Place TV are swapping positions in their close fight for 10th. Usksarot and Yakiramen are wheel to wheel for 12th. Wow. Ogswolfie took the win? Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the victory! Wow. Ogswolfie really outdid themselves. Congratulations on winning the race. You must have some serious skills. That was an impressive display of driving. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that pace in the next one. For this track I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling. Rallycross courses are usually tight and twisty, so a car that can dart around corners and respond swiftly to driver inputs would be the most valuable. Acceleration also plays a big role, because escaping tight sections quickly can make a big difference. High speed in a straight line is less important here compared to the ability to maneuver through the sharp turns without losing control. Basically, a car with a nimble chassis and responsive steering would be my ideal choice for Los Arcos Rallycross. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't make me decide for you, because trust me, I wouldn't want to be the one stuck with the lemon. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown runs out. Alright, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. Justin Gilks, with that legendary Lancia Delta HF Integral, known for its rally dominance back in the day. But then, Equinox 2 with the Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2, which is like the little pocket rocket of its era. Considering the track at Los Arcos Rallycross, which favors agility and handling, I might lean towards the Peugeot. It's smaller, lighter, and just screams agility. While the Lancia has brute rally power and a reputation that precedes it, I think the nimbleness of the Peugeot might just give it a slight edge. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see if experience or agility takes the lead today. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Los Arcos Rallycross. Leading the pack and starting on pole is the classic Group B car, a 1985 Peugeot 205T16 Evo 2, driven by bot Rummy of Fizz 13. Buckle up, this ought to be interesting. Gabitha Minimac has taken an early lead. Rummy Fizz 13 is right behind in second, and Senor Flip Flopone 100 2020 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Justin Yoltz is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Equinox Do is also making moves, advancing 1 position to 6th. Wildsufin is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Justin Gilks and Equinox 2 are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 8th. Wildsufin is also making moves, now in 9th. Captain Canadian and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot to move into 6th. Bees McGee is climbing up 1 position to 13th. Wildsufin just made a bold move, and is now in 1st place. Gabitha Minimac is right behind, and they are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the lead. Gabitha Minimac just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take 1st place. Rummy of Fizz 13 is also moving up 1 spot, now in 2nd. Senor Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 is not far behind, also up 1 spot to 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Big Goldnerd is catching up to Popcorn Slayer fast, just under 2 seconds behind now. Tuna is right behind Big Goldnerd, closing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Looks like a three-way battle forming. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on Equinox 2, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tuner is climbing up to 9th place, leaving someone behind. Wow, Gabitha Minimac, you really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done, Nip. Wow, Gabitha Minimac really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was some serious skill on display. Looks like they're the queen or king of the racetrack today. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on cornering ability and handling. Indianapolis Motor Speedway has those long straightaways but also some tricky bends where grip and agility can make a huge difference. Acceleration is important too because you want that burst coming out of the turns. But overall, a car that stays glued to the road and handles well through the curves will excel here. Speed through the straights helps, but control in the turns is what really wins this race. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so make your picks fast. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see which car dominates the race. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Whoa, this is a classic showdown. The March 707 Chevrolet from 1970 is a legendary car with a lot of history. But the Shadow DN4 from 1974 has its own charm. It's like comparing a vintage wine to a slightly older vintage. Both have their moments. Considering the Indianapolis moto layout, I'd say the March might have a slight edge in agility thanks to its design. But the Shadow's power could surprise us. Honestly, it could go either way. But I'm leaning towards Naida's March for a narrow victory. But hey, it's AI, so anything can happen, right? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Indianapolis Moto Track. Leading the pack is the Can-Am class car, Bot Velocitor 14, zooming in hot on a classic, a 1969 Lola T163. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead, or if the modern machines will sweep past. Velocitor 14 is leading the race right now. Deskis is right behind in second place, and Anarchisics is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Bobardo just moved up one spot to 9th place. Cloud Surface 69 and Bobardo are nose to tail, fighting for that 9th position. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979. They're currently in 16th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Neotixum just overtook Wayne Gretzky and now sits in 16th place. Wayne Gretzky is not giving up easily and is trying to reclaim that spot. The battle between these two is heating up. Aussie of 2002 is driving a Group 5 BMW 320e 21 Turbo.10. They started in the 13th position and are currently in the 13th place, so they're holding steady. Looks like a quiet race for now. Baco Grande and Wilsufin are nose to nose for 6th place. Imogen Tempus and Two Peas into Podcast are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Kisa No Music is climbing up one spot to 13. Lascio Grande is climbing nicely into the top 6. Wayne Bretsky is making a small but steady move to the 16th spot. Wayne Bretsky and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to nose for 15th place. Looks like a close one. Silverp Gaming and Wiltsefin are nose to nose for 7th place. Hisona Music is chipping away at Imogen Tempest's lead, now just over a second behind. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing up to 14th, making a nice little jump. Silverp Gaming climbs to 7th place. Bobardo moves up to 8. Rune Spider is cutting down the distance to Crazy Sweetbutt by nearly 2 seconds. Anarchy 6 is making a move from 4th to 3rd, and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely trying to shake things up before the finish. Anarchizix and Feskies are neck and neck for 2nd place. Forty Afro's climbing up to 19th, and he's now battling closely with Rome Spider for that same position. Wayne Bretsky just nudged Aussie 2002 aside to take the 15th place. They're nose to tail in that scrap for 15th. Anarchy 6 is driving a 1974 Shadow DN4, which is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:39.548, so they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like they're closing in on the leaders. Naibe is holding a slight edge over Anarchy 6, but with just 1 lap to go, it's anyone's game. Anarchy 6 might have the pace to overtake if Naibe slips up. Wayne Bretsky is driving a Greenwood Corvette GTX from 1978. He's currently in 20th place, way behind the leaders, and his fastest lap is over 1 minute and 56 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Anarchizix just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Feskies and Anarchizix are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for the podium. Naibe is closing in on Lazy Tana, the gap shrinking by over 1.5 seconds. This race is heating up. Cloudsurfer 69 is climbing to 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 16. Forte Afro has moved into 17. The Can-Am cars are dominating with the top 3 positions thanks to their raw power and speed. The Group 5 cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less aerodynamic efficiency on this track. The Indianapolis layout favors high-speed stability, which the Can-Am cars excel at. Aussie Otfu 2 is driving a 1977 BMW 320U 21 Turbo. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in the last group and quite a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Velocitor 14, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Velocitor 14. They really sped their way to the top. Looks like all that AI racing talent paid off. Great job! Engine from American muscle cars, making them a pretty wild and powerful mix of straightforward engineering and raw speed. Basically, they were like the muscle cars of the racing world but on a track. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Get those choices in before it's too late. Well, this is like a vintage battle for the ages, isn't it? The 1966 McLaren M10, driven by Rondon 69, has that classic racing pedigree. But the 1969 Legrand Mark 11 has a charm of its own. Car choice definitely sets the tone here. Given that Bremgarten is a tricky winding track, I might lean towards the Legrand Mark 11, because it's a bit more agile and easier to handle in tight corners. But never underestimate the raw power of the McLaren. So if I had to pick a winner just based on the cars and tracks, I'd say the Legrand might just squeak out ahead. But don't quote me, this is racing after all. Anything can happen when AI gets behind the wheel. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Bremgarten, and leading the pack is the Formula 5000 car, bought via Mama. In a sleek 1969 Legrand Mark 11. Looks like she's got the pole position to start with, so let's see if she can hold it, or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Dragu is leading the race. Violetta Mama is right behind in second, and Mr. Wolf J is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Mr. Wolf J and Violetta Mama are nose to tail for second place. Rose Hours and Zero Timalev are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Keruvanen and King Chu 22 are battling hard for seventh. Rose Hours and Zero Timalev are neck and neck for fourth place. Wilt Sulfin just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Princess Wildface and Rondon 69 are fighting hard for 14th. Bremgarten's tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves to shake out the order soon. Mutuba and Drewa 192 Gex are neck and neck for 11th place. Cliffzone and Mutube are fighting hard for 12. Rondom 69 and Cliffzone are locked in a close scrap for 13th. King Chu 22 is holding off Cyrilia by a car length for 6th place. Mutuba just edged out Drewa 192 Gex for 11th. Cliffzone and Mutube are still neck and neck for 12. Keruvanen is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead. The race seems to be a tight pack with no major moves yet. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 2nd place. Zero Timalev is now in 3rd. Rosaurus is pushing into 4th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Keruvanen is climbing to 7th place. Keruvanen and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for 6th. Wrath 92 is also making moves, now in 8th. Cliffzone and Mutube are neck and neck for 11th place. Senor Flip Floponium 120 and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 14th. Dragu is leading in a 1968 Mackie Mark 12, a classic Formula 5000 car. Looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining the top spot so far. Princess Wildface and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Kyroscope and Senior Flip Flopone 120 are still neck and neck for 15th. Gary 710 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is charging through the field, now in 12th place. Kyroscope is making a move, climbing to 13th. Gary 710 is also on the rise, now in 14th. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. King Chu 22 is inching closer to Rosaurus, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 6th place. Sirarelia is making her way to 16th. King Chu 22 is gaining on Rosaurus, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Keruvanen has moved up one spot to 6th place. Violetta Mama is narrowing the distance to Wiltsufin by 2.1 seconds. Violetta Mama is currently in the last place with a time that suggests she's not even racing. Looks like her 1969 Le Grand Mark 11 isn't making much progress today. Violetta Mama is currently in the last place with a time that suggests she's not even racing. Looks like her car might be having some serious issues, or she's just taking a break. The Bremgarten track seems to be favoring the faster, more aggressive drivers with quick lap times, but the tricky corners might be causing some chaos for the less experienced. Zero Timalev and Mr. Wolf J are neck and neck for second place. King Chu 22 and Rosaurus are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Mutube and Dri 192X are battling it out for 8th. Congratulations to Fraggot for winning the race. Looks like they really outpaced the competition. Well done. Wow! Fraggot really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats to them for taking the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Deutschlandring has some fast sweeping curves and tight turns that demand a car that can stick to the road and navigate smoothly. While straight line speed is fun, being able to control the car through those complex turns is what really makes the difference here. So, a well-balanced mix of agility and grip would be the most valuable for this race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those selections in before the deadline, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. No pressure, but you wouldn't want to miss out on the ultimate racing experience now, would you? Well, this is a pretty unexpected matchup, isn't it? The Mercury Cougar from 1967 has that classic charm, but is not exactly known for its speed or agility. The Pontiac Firebird from 1970, on the other hand, has a bit more muscle under the hood, so I'd say Feskies might have the edge here. Still, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. I'm leaning toward Feskies taking the win, but don't count out the Cougar just yet. Sometimes vintage charm surprises us all. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at the Deutschlandring, and look at that bot. Kickass Lady X3 is on pole in a classic 1977 Holden Tirana a 9X. I guess vintage is the new turbo? Kickass Lady X3 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Wildsefin is holding strong in second place, and Unknown Tactiz is sitting in third, trying to find a way around. Wildsefin and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to tail for the lead. Unknown Tactics and Wildsefin are also close behind, fighting for second. Kaboomper is making a move, climbing up to fourth place. Kaboomper and Unknown Tactics are battling hard for third. Kaboomper is climbing to third place. Feskies is now in fifth. Brando Booster is making a move to seventh. Looks like the race is heating up. JC Productions and Fragout are neck and neck for 13th place. Looks like a close fight there. Imogen Tempus is really pushing Zap Brandigan, closing the gap by over a second. Zolija Domini 1 is climbing up to 21st place, making moves. Feskies is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. They are currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. The Group 4 cars are holding the top spots with strong performances, showing their speed on this track. The mix of classic muscle and sporty cars is creating a competitive, but predictable race. Track layout seems to favor power and handling, giving the faster Group 4 cars an edge. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 3rd place. Theskis is now 4th. Tylodrome's 31 has moved into 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Calican Bunny advances to 7th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Tyler, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Its Stera pair moves up to 11th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Tyler, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Tales of Strili just moved up 1 spot to 12. Tuner also gained 1 position, now sitting in 15th. Theskis is driving 1970 Pontiac Firebird. They are currently in 4th place and seem to be holding steady, without much drama. Gary 710 is climbing up to 9th place. Dragoo and JC Productions are nose-to-nose for 13. Dragoo is climbing to 13th place. Pumpkin Flurry is gaining on Solid Shutdown 91, closing the gap by over a second. Theskis is climbing up to 3rd place. Calican Bunny and Brando Buster are nose to tail for 6th. Tales of Strili is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair, a classic with a rear engine layout. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Unknown Tactics is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar Dudada. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding their position well, but no signs of overtaking yet. Calican Bunny advances to 6th place. GC Productions and Frag Out are locked in a close fight for 13th. Zaprandigan climbs to 17th. Zaprandigan just moved up 1 spot to take the 16th place. Zert Gemmingate and Zaprandigan are nose-to-nose in that tight fight for 16th. Gary 17 is really making a move on K-Bumper. Tales of Strili is hot on its therapist tail. Zaprandigan is closing in on Tuner fast. Zaprandigan just nudged ahead of Tuner for 15th place. Looks like they're about to turn this into a real side-by-side showdown. Tylodrome's 31 is driving a Shelby Cobra 427 SC, a classic muscle car known for its power and aggressive stance. They are currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no signs of overtaking just yet. Brando Buster is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Unknown Tactics is holding a slim lead over Theskis, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Theskis might be eyeing an overtake if they find a gap. Beskies is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. They are currently in third place, holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Wow, Kickass Lady X3 really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Kickass Lady X3 for taking the win. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Great job staying ahead and crossing that finish line first. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1950s, sports cars racing was a wild mix of finesse and sheer chaos. Drivers back then were basically fearless daredevils because safety gear was pretty much optional. Imagine going 150 miles per hour in a car that looks more like a sleek metal rocket than a modern racing machine. It's like the early days of racing were all about pushing the limits and seeing who could stay on the track the longest, without a crash and burn? Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now, or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite gets taken by someone faster than a caffeinated squirrel. Hurry up, time's almost up. Hey there, everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning just in time for some AI car racing action. Hope you enjoy the chaos on the track. Oh wow, that's quite the vintage showdown. The Jaguar D-Type from 1956 is famous for its sleek design and racing pedigree. But the Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957 is legendary for its speed and agility. I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge here because of its lighter build and racing finesse, especially on a track like Autodromo de Antioquia. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Maybe the Jaguar will surprise us by channeling that classic racing spirit and pulling ahead. It's a close call, but I'm placing my fake bet on the Ferrari for the win. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Autodromo de Antioquia. And leading the pack from the start is Bot Stankit in a stunning 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. Looks like vintage speed is the way to go today. Stankit has shot off the line into the lead. Maldox FTF is holding strong in second place, while Vodka Morning is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the front runners. Vodka Morning just moved up one spot to second place. Aisley gained 2 spots and is now in third. Maldox FTF and Edsley are nose-to-nose for third position. Joan Wolf is climbing to 4th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is now in 8th. Theskis has moved up to 10th. Theskis and Pani 3 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Shoto Todoroki 39 is charging up on Equinox 2, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Wildsufin and Theskis are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place, no one giving an inch. Equinox 2 overtook someone to move into 6th place. Everlasting Apex and Equinox 2 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Honey 3 and Shotodoroka 39 are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Joan Wolf and Aixley are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Everlasting Apex has gained 1 position to sit 6th. Penny 3 is also up 1 spot to 8th. Penny 3 and Equinox 2 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Vodka Morning is closing in on Stankit, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 3rd place. Pani 3 and Equinox 2 are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Pani 3 and Equinox 2 are neck and neck for 7th place. Someone and Starbucks are locked in a close fight for 13th. Pani 3 is making a move up to 7th place. Equinoxto and Pani 3 are nose to nose for that spot. The Dreamkeeper is climbing to 10th place. Vodka Morning is in 3rd place with a 1956. Aston Martin DBR, 1 onto anti-weight years. Looks like they're holding steady, maybe waiting for the right moment to make a move. No. Joan Wolf is chipping away at Botkamoning's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Pani 3 is narrowing the distance to Everlasting Apex by 130 seconds. Wildsufin is climbing up to 8th place, overtaking someone along the way. Wildsufin is gaining on Pani 3, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. They're locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Meanwhile, Shotadoro Kid 39 is closing in on the Dreamkeeper, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. That's a tight duel for 10th place shaping up. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 9th place. Starbucks is making a move to 12th. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. They're holding on to 6th place, but are a bit behind the leaders with the fastest lap of 1:43.943. Looks like a steady run, but they might need a push to catch up. Vodka Morning is closing in on Stankit, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Aisley has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Joan Wolf and Edsley are locked in a fierce battle for 3rd place. Aisley is gaining on Botkamonen, getting closer with every second. Maldox 5th CF is chipping away at D. Joan Wolf's lead, inching forward. Pani 3 is driving a 1955 Maserati 300S, which is known for its balanced handling and classic design. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the top contenders yet. Stankit is leading in a Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957. Their race looks smooth so far, holding a solid lead with the fastest lap of the race. Botkamonen is racing a 1956 Aston Martin DB R1 Dantas. They're currently in 2nd place and have a fastest lap of 1:43.217. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Shoto Todoroka 39 is driving a 1956 Aston Martin DB R1 Orange. They're currently in 12th place, but their fastest lap is a solid 1:42.901, so they're pushing hard. Wow, stink it. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some classic beauties. Everlasting Apex. You snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home a 1955 Mercedes-Benz. Thrill! Pretty sleek. Wildsufin, you didn't just win the bet race, you also did the most overtakes. That's some impressive driving, so you're also claiming a 1956 Jaguar D-Type Betty. Double the fun for you. Great job to everyone. This is getting intense. Here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that classic Indy cars from the golden era could reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour? That's right. These beauties were basically the rock stars of the racing world back in the day. Imagine the roaring engines and the smell of burning rubber. Pure adrenaline. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Let's get those picks in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we have Bjorn Art in a 1958 Maserati 250. That car is a legendary classic, known for its incredible handling and racing history. On the other, Case to Flex in a 1960 Scarab Indy, which is more of an IndyCar style, so potentially more modern, and maybe faster on a track like Surfer's Paradise. Given the age and style differences, my guess is the Maserati might bring more finesse but could struggle with the high-speed sections. The Scarab Indy could have a speed advantage, and maybe better agility in the tighter corners. I'm leaning towards Kista Flex with the Scarab Indy taking the slight edge. But honestly, it's a close call because vintage cars are tricky. Sometimes they surprise us. What do you think? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Surfer's Paradise and look at that. Bob Bjorn Art is on pole, roaring ahead in a classic 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. This is going to be a blast from the past. Bjorn Art has shot off the line into the lead. Geese the Flex is holding strong in second place, and Salmon is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Aisha Tuhavi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Maricus just nudged into 5th, inching closer to the top. Maricus and Flynn Chicot 21 are nose to tail for 4th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Maricus and Silver B Gaming are nose to tail for 5th place. Silver Gaming just gained 2 spots, now fighting for that top 5. Ziluet is inching up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Maricus is climbing up to 5th place. Ice is now 12th, both making some moves today. The tight corners of Surfer's Paradise are making overtakes tricky, but the top drivers are holding their lines well. Alex has no brain and Ice are nose to tail for 12th place. Iganarai just sneaked into 15th, climbing 1 spot. Alex Hasnobrain climbs to 12th place. Alex Hasnobrain and Lazy Tanner are nose to nose for 11th. Bobote and Egenerate are locked in a close fight for 15th. The tight corners of Surfer's Paradise are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than pure speed to shake up the order. Bobote is climbing up to 15th place. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind at 16th. Looks like they're both on the move. Samlin is driving a 1952 Kuzma Afi. They're holding a solid 3rd place, so it looks like their vintage engine is doing its job. Chuhova is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. They're currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lord Buttrill is racing a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy Dot. Looks like he's stuck in the back, struggling to move up the field. Ice is driving a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. A classic, but not exactly the fastest car here. Their race seems to be a steady climb from the back, currently in the 13th spot, so they're making moves but still have some ground to cover. Vila Tamama is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. She's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Violeta Mama just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Aishtil Thuhove and Violeta Mama are still neck and neck for that 9th spot. Lord Buttrill and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Alex has no brain is inching closer to Lazy Towner, closing the gap by a second. Ugote is catching jerk plate at the same pace. Lord Buttrell just climbed one spot to 16. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 16th place. Eganarite is chipping away at Lord Buttrell's lead, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Lazy Towner is in 10th place, driving a 1960 Scarab Indy Doyle. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Keisteflex just overtook for the lead. Samun is right behind him, trying to catch up. Maricus and Flinchicot 21 are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a close fight. Yoanat and Samun are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maricus just climbed one spot to 4th. Silver Gaming is chipping away at Flinchicot 21's lead, closing the gap by over a second and a third. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 5th place. Ice is also moving up to 12. Alex Hasnobrain and Ice are nose to nose for 12th. Well, look at Keisteflex stealing the spotlight again. Congratulations on the win. I guess they're just too fast to handle. Wow! Keisteflex really pulled off an impressive win. Big congratulations to them for that fantastic performance. They must be feeling pretty flex-tastic right now. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in the 1960s, and before, racing cars were often powered by engines that today would sound like they belong in a tractor, rather than a racetrack. They used a lot of steel and wood in their construction, because lightweight materials weren't really a thing yet. So, technically those cars might have been a bit slower, but they had a serious amount of style, and let's be honest, a lot more patience from their drivers. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI cars race like they've got something to prove. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Grindelwald. Long track and leading the pack is bought Mission Man in a 1957 Ferrari 250 GT California. Looks like he's got classic charm, but maybe not the speed to shake off those newer competitors. Stay tuned! Shoebox TV has taken an early lead, with Scorched Log right behind in second place. Mission Man is holding strong in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Scorched Log and Shoebox TV are nose to tail at the front. Mission Man and Scorched Log are still locked in a close fight for second, That's Altis Arena just gained a spot and is now in 4th. That's Altis Arena and Mission Men are battling hard for 3rd place. Mission 57 is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mission Man and Scorched Log are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Gliding Penguin is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit comfortably in 5th. Mission Man is climbing up to 2nd place. Tata 61 and Gliding Penguin are locked in a close fight for 5th. Van 1957 is also gaining ground, moving into 8th. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 7th place. Imus Gordon is also moving up to 12th. Imus Gordon and Kufo are nose to nose for 10th place. Mission Man is now in 1st place. Amos Gordon has climbed to 10th. Darigalos is in 15th. Looks like the race is heating up. Bufinin 18 is climbing up 1 spot to take 15th place. Bufinin 18 and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 14th. Darigas and Bufinin 19 are locked in a close fight for 15th. That's Altis Arena and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 3rd place. Bufinin 18 is climbing up to 14th. Daddy Gauss is sneaking into 15th. That's Altis Arena and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 3rd place. Vanuna 1857 just sneaked into 6th and is climbing. Skozer Ops is closing in on Titus 61, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. That's Altis Arena just snuck into 3rd place. Vanona 1857 is closing the gap on Gliding Penguin, getting closer by 2.4 seconds. Darigas and Bufin 19 are locked in a fierce duel for 14th place. Gliding Penguin just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Scorched Log and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 4. Tata 61 is chipping away at Vanon 1857, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Vanon 1857 just snuck into 5th place. Tata 61 is chipping away at Scorched Log's lead, closing in by a second. Pumpkin Off Glory is climbing 2 spots to 11, making some moves. Bufin Initin advances to 12th place. Rondon 69 trims the distance to Kuafo by over a second. The fight for 13th place is heating up between Rondon 69 and Kufo. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 4th place. Vilsufin is now 8th. Imus Gordon has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. That's Altis Arena is really closing the gap on Shoebox TV, cutting it down by 3 seconds. Darigas just sneaked up 1 spot to 13th place. Scorched Log is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 106 Torati. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real threats or overtakes happening just yet. Pumpkinoflurry is closing in on Skozerobzes fast, cutting the gap by 6/4 seconds. Vanonen 1857 is gaining on Shoebox TV, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Wiltsufin has moved up one spot and is now in 7th place. Pumpkinoflurry is gaining on Skozerobzes and has cut the gap by 2.2 seconds. Caffeinated Car is closing in on Dargos, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Runden 69 and Kufo are locked in a fierce fight for the 15th spot. Vanone 1857 and Shoebox TV are neck and neck for 2nd place. Darigos is climbing up to 12th, and Bufina 19 is right behind him in that tight P12 battle. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 2nd place. HP Lootcraft and Runden 69 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Caffeinated Car is driving a vintage Porsche 901. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as their fastest lap is quite a bit slower than the leaders. Wiltsufin is driving a 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S, known for its nimbleness and quick handling. They are currently in 8th place, but their lap times suggest they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow, Mission Man just took the top spot. Guess all those practice runs paid off. Well done. Wow, Mission Man really pulled it off. Great job, you completely left everyone in the dust. That was an impressive race to watch. Totally worth the watch. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. A fun fact about the 1996 Vauxhall Vectra is that it was one of the first cars in its class to offer a turbocharged diesel engine, making it a surprisingly sprightly option for a family car back in the day. It's like the car version of a secret weapon, quiet and unassuming until you hit the gas. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time or you might end up with the one you didn't want. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright. This is a classic matchup of old-school charm versus practical Swedish reliability. La Croissant 1980 with the Alfa Romeo 155 TS, huh? That car's got some sporty roots and a bit of Italian flair to spice up the race. But the Volvo's 40 is known for its toughness and steady handling. Honestly, I might put my chips on La Croissant 1980 for a slightly more aggressive drive. But don't count Nyby out, because that Volvo might just cruise through the corners with calm precision. Who's going to take the win? I'd say it depends if La Croissant 1980 can harness that Italian passion, or if Nyby's Swedish grit keeps things smooth and steady. My guess? Close call, but I'll lean towards La Croissant 1980 for the thrill of the race. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Botnieringen. Leading the pack is the Botrome Spider in a classic 1993 Toyota Carina EG. Looks like nostalgia is racing to the front today. Rome Spider has shot off the line to take the lead. Indigo Pate is holding strong in second place, while Zabrandigan is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Kikaslady X3 and Zabrandigan are nose to tail for third place. La Crushan 1980 is climbing up to 6. Telos of Strili is inching into the top 10. Wu is driving a 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi, a Group N car known for its agility. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top ranks. Oscar Wolf is driving a 1991 Renault Clio. They're currently in 12th place, trying to catch up but not making much progress yet. Rome Spider is leading the race in the 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap, so their race is going smoothly so far. Dr. Keep Sapaway is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla A. They are currently in 13th place, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle so far. Bufinanitin is driving a 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi in Group N. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders. Bufinanitin is driving a Peugeot 306 Maxi from 1999. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Yayed Swishman 33 is driving a 1983 Toyota, a E86, a classic choice. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady, but not making big moves yet. Wildsufin is driving a 1999 Opel Vectra. They're holding the 5th spot, so they're hanging in there but not making any big moves yet. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. She's currently in 4th place and seems to be holding her position well. No signs of trouble so far. Kick-Ass Lady X3 just overtook Sepp Brandigan, and now they are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sepp Brandigan just overtook Kick-Ass Lady X3 for 3rd place. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that spot. Inigo Pei and Rome Spire are neck and neck for 1st place. Wildsufin and Kick-Ass Lady X3 are trading paint for 4th. Naiba and La Croissone 1980 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Fuso is driving a 1999 Citroën X Serra in the Group N class. They're currently in 9th place but are quite a bit behind the leaders with a fastest lap of 1 minute 54 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Fuso is stuck with a Citroën X Serra from 1999, and it looks like their race is a disaster with the slowest lap time by far. Indigo Peiche is leading in a 1998 Ford Mondeo, which is holding steady at the front. Looks like a smooth ride so far, maintaining the pace with the fastest lap of 1:51.093. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more nimble cars like the Citroën X Serra and Renault Clio, but the Ford Mondeo is holding strong at the front. Congratulations to Indigopit on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Indigopit. You really drove your way to the top today. Well done. And a big shout out to Wiltsefin for snagging the fastest lap. You're the proud new owner of a classic 1999 Opel Vectra from BTC. Not a bad prize for a quick lap. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 2000s, street cars and racing had a wild mix of technology. Some of these cars had more computing power than the computers used to send humans to the moon. It was like watching cars from the future try to keep up with the basics. Makes you wonder if they were racing or just showing off their gadget collection, right? Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to do it. Don't make me choose for you because I might pick the fastest one and mess up the race. Hurry up. Oh wow, we're really throwing it back with these classic rides. The Civic C is known for its nimbleness and lightweight, which could give it an edge on the twists and turns of road America. But then again, the Infiniti G35 has that V6 power under the hood. So if it can harness that extra muscle, it could definitely take the lead. Honestly, I think it's a toss-up. The Civic might have the agility, but the G35 could surprise us with raw speed. My gut says the Infiniti might edge out just slightly, but don't count out the Civic in a tight corner. It's going to be a close race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Road America, and TTV Wildsufen is on pole with the 23 seat Leon Cupra. Classic choice for some old school street car action. Let's see if that classic charm can hold the lead or if the newer cars will catch up. Wildsufen has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Bjorn Art is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. Helskank is currently in third, but expect some fierce battles to shake things up. Negza Romaval is making a nice climb up to 14th place. Helskank is now in second, inching closer to the leader. Neotexum has moved up to fourth and is eyeing that third spot. Neotexum and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for third. Looks like a battle is brewing. Helskank is holding on to the lead, but Wildsufen is right on its tail. Neotexum is trying to shake off Bjorn Art in their close fight for third. Tokidokibri and Unistix are nose to tail for 8th place. No room for mistakes. Ropswizzle is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 15th place. Helskank is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Neotexum is also making moves, advancing 1 spot to sit in third. Akvethi is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Girl of Diamond and Akvethi are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. SS Davin Games is also moving up 1 spot to 9. Unistix is climbing up to 9th place. Lirarashe and Unstabil are nose-to-nose for 11. Nemuidar is advancing to 14. Ropswizzle is climbing up to 12th place. Nixaromaval is now 15. Senor Flip-Flopon, 120-20, and Rowdy Vzrolf are nose-to-nose for 27. Tokidokibri just nudged into 7th place. Girl of Diamond and Tokidokibri are still nose-to-nose for that 7th spot. Ropswizzle is climbing up to 11. Lyrashe is closing in on Unstabil, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zerotimalive is climbing 1 spot to take 17th place. TPKA and Zerotimalive are locked in a tight battle for 17. JC Productions is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16. Tokidokibri is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Girl of Diamond and Akvethi are locked in a close duel for 7th. Ropswizzle advances to 8th place. Estavan Games and Unistix are still neck and neck for 10th. Zerotimalive climbs to 17th. Ropswizzle is climbing to 7th place. Estavan Games is also moving up to 10th. Estavan Games and Girl of Diamond are nose-to-nose for 9th. Auwin Storm and Neotexum are neck and neck for 3rd place. Bjorn Art is closing in on Tokidokibri, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. JC Productions just climbed 1 spot to 14. Ropswizzle has gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Bjornart and Robswizzle are nose-to-nose for 6th. Unistix has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 10th. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining ground on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are locked in a close fight for 25th place. TPKPA and Zero Time Live are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Kaboomper is climbing up 1 position to take 27th. Robsizzle and Tokidokibri are nose to tail for 5th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 7th, overtaking 2 cars. TPKPA and Zero Time Live are locked in a close fight for 17th. JC Productions and Lyrashai are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Senor Flipflopon 12020 is inching closer to August Wolfie, chipping away at the gap. Rowdy Zerolf and Lord Sikrisby are locked in a fierce fight for the 24th position. JC Productions is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Tokidokibre is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 3rd. Robswizzle is inching forward, taking 1 spot to 5th. TPKA is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 14. Tokidokibre is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Robswizzle is also making moves, now in 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Robswizzle and Wiltsufin are nose to tail for 3rd place. S. Davin Games is climbing up to 10th place. Unistix and S.A.'s Davin Games are fighting hard for the 10th spot. Robswizzle is climbing to 3rd place. Windstorm is making a move to 5th. JC Productions is chipping away at Agvathi's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Robswizzle is gaining on Tokidokibri, now just 1.6 seconds behind. JC Productions is closing in on Agvathi, also by 1.6 seconds. JC Productions and Agvathi are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Windstorm is climbing up to 4th place. JC Productions is now in 8th. TPPA and Bjornart are locked in a close fight for 13th. JC Productions is closing in on Girl of Diamond, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. TPKPA is climbing up 1 spot to 13. Mirmuida and Nexiromoval are locked in a fierce duel for 17th place. Wow! Hellskank took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Hellskank really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them, that was some impressive racing. I guess the car was feeling extra confident today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or forever hold your peace. Don't make me have to choose a clunker for you. Oh wow. What a clash of the titans here. The Ford RS200 is known for its agility and turbocharged power, so it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, the MG Metro 6R4 has that rugged rally pedigree, but I wonder if its handling can keep up at Los Arcos. If I had to pick, I'd say the Ford RS200 might have a slight edge with its more modern design and boost potential. But hey, rallycross is unpredictable, so anything can happen. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. We're kicking off at Los Arcos Rallycross with Group BS Bodegvethi on pole in an absolutely vintage 1985 MG Metro 6 R4. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Akvethi has shot off the line to take the lead. Naiba is holding strong in second place. Vilsefine is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Naiba takes the lead now. Lithocarp is closing in on P3. Vilsefine and Lithocarp are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for the podium. Vilsefine is climbing fast into second place. Xbasicswitch is making a move into fourth. Velocitor 14 is sneaking into 9. Things are shifting up front. Xbasicswitch is climbing to third place. Roxworth is now in 7th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Velocitor 14 are neck and neck for 9. Relaxview just overtook Velocitor 14 for 9th place. They're now nose to tail in that close fight. Cliffzone is driving an MG Metro 6 R4. A rally legend known for its turbocharged power and compact size. Their race seems to be steady in 14th place. Not making much noise, but holding position. Anonymous Ninity 3 is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1982. They are currently in 9th place, trying to catch up after a slow start. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Onkletoven is driving a Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2, and he's currently in 6th place. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much progress. Cliffzone is driving an MG Metro 6 R4, which is known for its rallying routes and compact size. Looks like their race is not going well, sitting in 14th and way off the pace with a lap time nearly 3 seconds slower than the leader. Wow, Naiba just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Nice job, champion. Wow, congratulations to Naiba. You really sped your way to victory there? Great job. And for those feeling lucky, Vilsefine, you've earned the fastest lap. So you get to claim the classic 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Not a bad prize for some swift driving. Keep those engines revving. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1995 Lola T9500. It's a pretty iconic open-wheel race car known for its agility and speed, especially on circuits that demand quick handling and sharp maneuvering. The Penske PC23 is also a strong contender, since Penske always builds some pretty competitive race machines. The Reynard 95 I is solid but tends to lean more towards oval racing, and might not quite have the edge on a twisty, high-speed track like the high-speed ring reverse. So, I'd put my chips on the Lola for that race. Alright everyone, you better make your picks now or forever hold your peace. These cars are revving up and ready to race, so get your choices in before it's too late. Alright. This is a classic matchup of vintage racing beasts. Yakiraman's Lola T95 Zero is known for its agility and sleek design, but the Reynolds 95E has a reputation for solid performance and stability. It's almost like choosing between a nimble feather and a sturdy rock. If I had to guess, the Lola might have a slight edge in speed and handling at this high-speed track, but don't count out the Reynard's reliability. Honestly, it could come down to who handles the twists and turns better. My money's on Yakiraman's Lola, but only just. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at the high-speed ring reverse. DTV Viltsufin is leading the pack from pole, piloting a 1995 Lola T9500. Classic choice, or maybe just vintage speed. Let's see if they can hold on to that top spot. Viltsufin has taken an early lead with Ear Special right behind him. Relaxed View is holding on to the third spot, but the pack is already starting to shuffle. Naiba is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach 17. ER Special and Wildsufin are nose to tail at the front, fighting for the lead. Rogerbear 302 just gained 1 position to sit in third. Now Rogerbear 302 and Era Special are battling fiercely for second place. Nox Exodus is climbing fast into third place. Rogerbear 302 and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for that third spot. Nirgutsu just gained 1 position and is now in fifth. Rogerbear 302 is climbing to third place. Nox Exodus and Rogerbear 302 are battling fiercely for that spot. Zachariah TV is advancing to 6th place. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 3rd place. Nox Exodus and Era Special are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Relaxed View is inching up to 6th. Nox Exodus just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Nox Exodus and Wildsufin are nose to tail for the lead. Relaxed View and Mirgutsu are locked in a close fight for 5th. Relaxed View just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Relaxed View and Rogerbear 302 are nose to tail for 4th. Mirgutsu and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for 5th. Mirgutsu is charging through the field, now in 3rd place. Rogerbear 302 and Era Special are nose to tail for 4th. Nimoida and 5 and Zerogai are locked in a close fight for 9th. Zachariah TV and Relaxed View are neck and neck for 6th place. Strutting Jal is slicing into Mamlidar's rear bumper, closing the gap by over a second. Rogerbear 302 is holding on to 4th place, but Ear Special is right behind him, looking for an opening. Grampidorf is trying to fend off Zachariah TV for 7th, but Zachariah TV is closing in. Okinabaka and Indigo PT are still neck and neck for 13th, with no clear winner yet. Grampidorf is really having a tough time dropping 10 places to 18. Relaxed View just gained 1 spot to 5th. Evenserogai is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Wow, Wildsufin actually did it. Guess all those laps paid off. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Wildsufin really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them. It's always exciting to see an underdog come out on top. Great job. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The twists and turns of Termas de Rio Hondo demand a car that can stick to the road and navigate tight corners without losing speed. Acceleration is important too, but if your car can't grip the asphalt around those hairpins and chicanes, all the power in the world won't save you. Balance and agility are key here, to make sure you stay competitive and avoid those pesky off-track excursions. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get those choices in before the race starts, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Wow, this is quite the face-off. On one side, we have chubby boy RJ zooming around in a 2005 Pagani Zonda F, which is a pretty legendary supercar, known for its incredible speed and sleek design. Then, we have Ablaze with a 20001B engineering Edinus, which is a rare beast that's also made for high performance but might struggle a bit against the Zonda's raw power. Given the age of the cars and their specs, I'd say the Pagani Zonda F probably has the edge in outright speed and handling, especially on a track like Termas de Rio Hondo. But hey, the Edinus isn't exactly a slouch either, so it'll be interesting to see how close they stay. My money's on the Zonda, but this is one of those races where anything could happen if the AI throws in some surprises. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Termes de Rio Hondo. And leading the pack is our incredible AI driver, bot Stephen Brinkley, in a 2005 Radical S. R. Clearly, this supercar means business, so buckle up! Stephen Brinkley has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Anonymous Ninity 3 is right behind in second, and Runner Rampage is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close, so expect some early overtakes. Ablaze is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Majakoblai is making a move, now in 11th after passing 3. Kakrishk is also on the rise, now in 13th with 3 cars overtaken. Majakoblai is really having a rough time dropping back to 18th place. Iron Cross Orden Cross and Runner Rampage are nose to tail for 3rd. Ablaze and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are also fighting hard for 4th. Oscar Wolf is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 6th place. Next Boring Life is also climbing fast, passing 3 cars to sit in 13th. Global 6 Sid has gained 1 spot, now in 5th. The battle for 4th is heating up between Global's Excel and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross. Looks like a tight squeeze. Oscar Wolf is climbing to 5th place. Ablaze is now 6th. Timborghini Tube is in 7th. Looks like everyone's making moves. The track's tight turns and short straights are favoring the more agile cars like the Radical SR8 and Porsche Carrera GT. Expect some close battles and overtakes in the corners. Vildsufin and Timborghini Tube are nose to tail for 7th place. Meg's Boring Life is climbing up to 11. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Majakoblai is gaining fast on Naibe, closing the distance by 7 seconds. Hiswat Ingyo is inching closer to Migatsu, chipping away at the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Oscar Wolf is holding off Iron Cross or Wooden Cross in a close fight for 4th place. Hiswat Ingyo and Marigatsu are also locked in a tight duel for 14th. Hiswat Ingyo climbs 1 spot to 14. Majakoblai is narrowing the gap to Naibe by 2:30 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is driving a Maserati MC12, a car known for its sleek design and impressive speed. They're currently in 4th place, so they're holding a solid position but not quite at the front yet. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up 1 spot to take the lead. Stephen Brinkley is right behind, still locked in a close fight for the top position. Chubby Boy RJ stuck behind Wildsafine with no clear way around yet. Ablaze is just a few cars ahead, but with the race almost over, overtaking looks unlikely. Looks like a tight finish for the bet. Mudvolf is climbing up to 12th place. Hiswat Ingyo is also moving up to 13th place. Looks like they're both making a little push. Oscar Wolf is driving a 2002 Ferrari Enzo. He's currently in 6th place and has a fastest lap time of 1 minute 58 seconds. Looks like he's making steady progress but still has some ground to catch up to the leaders. Oscar Wolf and Iron Cross or Wood are neck and neck for 4th place. Next Boring Life is closing in on Chubby Boy RJ, cutting the gap by over a second. Reswatch Inyo and Mutt Wolf are battling it out for 12th. Timburgini Tuba is driving a Maserati MC12, a car known for its speed and elegance. They are currently in 4th place, holding a decent position but still chasing the leaders. Wow! Stephen Brinkley, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win! Wow! Stephen Brinkley really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! You must be feeling like a racing legend right now. Great job out there, truly impressive. Sure thing. The 1968 Morgan Plus 8 is quite the throwback with a charming blend of British tradition and sporty flair. Did you know it's powered by a Rover V8 engine, which was quite unusual for a car that looks like it belongs to a different era? It's like a classic tuxedo paired with a muscle car engine. Absolutely charming and a bit rebellious. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Let's see those final selections come in real quick before the race starts. Don't miss out on your chance to root for the ultimate speedster. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Pontiac Firebird Trans Am from 1977 is known for its muscle and iconic style, especially on a track like Dover, with its tough turns. On the other hand, the Chrysler Valiant Charger from 1972 has that classic Australian muscle car charm, maybe a bit lighter and more nimble. Honestly, I'd give the edge to a Gretz 34 with that powerful Firebird. It has the raw strength to handle Dover's demands, but don't count out Rafael's Charger just yet. It's all about how each driver's AI manages the turns and acceleration. Stay tuned, this one could surprise us. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dover, and leading the pack is Bot Bermudar in a classic 1970 Porsche 914 Looks like this vintage beauty is already setting the pace. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole, or if the newer contenders will catch up. Maldux FDF has shot off the line to take the lead, with Schmerzen Live right behind in second. Nulavi is holding steady in third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Rafael is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Nulavy just nudged into second place. The real drama is between Nulavy and Moldoxvi CF, fighting for the top spot. Looks like a close one. Bobardo is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 7 cars. Mermudar is closing in fast, climbing 4 spots to second. Tails of Strilly is also making moves, jumping 6 places to third. Bobardo's closing in on Kriechti with a 6-second gap. Already. Violetta Mama is catching D-Factor at 7 seconds. Wiltsufin is hot on Violetta Mama's tail, closing in by nearly 6 seconds. Lithocarp is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15. Sapro 3 and Mermudar are locked in a close fight for third place. Sukstakat is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Pace CRR is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Sukstakat is making a strong push to 3rd. Wiltsufin is also gaining ground, now 6th. Wiltsufin and Mermudar are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Wiltsufin is climbing fast to take 4th place. Pace CRR is also moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. D-Factor and Mermudar are locked in a close fight for 7th. Kriech is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 26. Sukstakat is closing in on Tails of Strilly, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Pace CRR has moved up 1 place to 5th. Wiltsufin is climbing up to 3rd place. Wiltsufin and Tails of Strilly are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Sukstakat and Wiltsufin are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Wiltsufin is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Tails of Strilly and Wiltsufin are still neck and neck for that 2nd spot. Queen Monda has advanced to 6th place, making a little progress. Wiltsufin is chipping away at Bobardo's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Sukstakat has climbed up 1 spot to secure 3rd place. Pace CIR is narrowing the distance to Tails of Strilly, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rampageur is making a move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wiltsufin is closing in on Bobardo, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Pace CARR just gained 1 spot, now in 4th. King Root and Dude Smoke Earblunt are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Lithocarp and Sir Pro 3 are also locked in a tight fight for 9. James Mayo is closing the gap on Lithocarp by a 2nd and a 10th, so expect some fireworks soon. La Croissant 1980 is making a charge, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wiltsufin is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place. King Root is climbing up to 7th, gaining 1 spot. Wow! Wiltsufin really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on four wheels today. Wow, Wildsufin really tore up that race. Congrats on your win. You totally deserve it. Since you also snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1969 Mercury Cougar Eliminator. That's a classic beauty. Nice job, Wildsufin. Sure thing. Here's a fun fact about the F1 2022 cars. They introduced a ground effect floor to boost downforce, which is like giving the cars a little aerodynamic hug to keep them glued to the track. It's like the car is saying no slipping for me today, even when zooming through tight corners at crazy speeds. Alright folks, the clock's ticking, and your chance to pick a car is about to vanish into thin air. Hurry up and make your selection before they all zoom away without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Reineke in the Haas F22, and the Lightning Thief in the Alfa Romeo C42. The Haas is known for its raw speed and tricky handling, especially in tight corners. The Alfa Romeo, on the other hand, is usually a bit more balanced but doesn't pack the same punch and acceleration. Given that the Korean Grand Prix has a mix of long straights and sharp turns, I'd say the car with better speed on the straights and decent handling will have the edge. My bet is on Reineke, mainly because the VF22 has shown some impressive pace on similar circuits. But hey, who knows with AI racing? Sometimes these bots surprise you with their unpredictable maneuvers. What's your call? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Korean Grand Prix. Leading the pack is Bot Scroogechamp in the pole position, cruising in a 2022 Aston Martin AMR22L. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if chaos is about to ensue. Scroogechamp has shot off the line into the lead. Joan Wolf is holding strong in second place. Figurita Sport is right behind in third, trying to keep up. That's Altis Arena is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yaki Ramen is also making moves, grabbing 7th after a similar surge. Yon Art is climbing fast, now in 10th after overtaking 4 cars. Amansan is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tukins Flora is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to settle in 12th. Pumpkinov Flurry is also on the move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 15th. Mershikan Live is driving a Haas VF22 and is currently in 17th place. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to make a move. Joan Wolf is driving a 2022 Alpine F522 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no sign of a major push yet. Reinecke is in 14th and the Lightning Thief is in 18th. So Reinecke has the edge, but not by much. Still plenty of time for a surprise. Ihave Exema is driving a Haas VF22 and currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the move to challenge the top 3. Tukins Flora is driving a green Alfa Romeo C42 and is currently in the 19th position. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The F1 2022 cars seem evenly matched, but the Korean track's tight corners and high-speed sections are probably favoring drivers with better control and setup. The top positions are still close, so track and car combo is definitely keeping everyone on their toes. Pumpkinov Flurry and Reinecke are nose-to-nose for 14th place. The Lightning Thief is slicing into Jordan F's rear bumper, closing the gap by over a second. The F1 2022 cars seem evenly matched, but the Korean track's tight corners are favoring the more agile drivers. The top positions are tightly packed, so small mistakes or overtakes could shake things up. Figurita Sport is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Joan Wolf is right behind, and this battle for 2nd is heating up. Joan Wolf is in 2nd place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 46.142 seconds. Their Alpine, a 522, is holding steady, but they're not quite catching the leader. Looks like a solid race so far. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 2nd place, Gigaretis Sport and Gij Lone Wolf are nose to tail for second. Papakasi is shrinking the gap to Ihevixema, now just 1 second behind. Papakasi and Ihevixema are battling hard for fourth. Papakasi is climbing to fourth place. Yakiramen is narrowing the gap on Thatsalti Serena, now just 1 second behind. Yakiramen and Thatsalti Serena are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Wow, Screwchamp, you really pulled a miracle out there. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Scroogechamp really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. You must be feeling pretty good about that victory. Thanks for racing with us and showing off those skills. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Alright, let's talk about the 1972 Maserati Merit. Did you know this beauty was often called the Baby Bora because it shared its mid-engine layout and design cues? It's like Maserati's way of saying, hey, we can make a sleek sporty car without needing a big price tag. Plus, it had a V6 engine, which was pretty unusual for a luxury sports car back then. So in the race of coolness and rarity, the Merit definitely holds its own. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better move fast before the timer runs out. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI-driven speedster in action. Time's ticking, so get those selections in before the race begins. Well, this is quite the classic versus quirky matchup. JC Productions is rolling in that sleek 1957 Ferrari 250G. California, a true icon of elegance and speed. On the other hand, Senyahima's got the 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza, which might be more about style than racing dominance. Given the car choices, I'd say JC Productions has the edge in terms of raw speed and handling, especially on a track like Ibisu West. The Ferrari's aerodynamic shape and reputation for performance usually give it an advantage over the more unconventional Corvair. But hey, surprises can always happen in the AI world. Stay tuned! Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Ibisu West with the vintage slow cars. Bot Relaxed View is sitting pretty on pole with a classic 1969 Fiat Dino 2400. Let's see if history can be made or if it's destined to be a slow crawl. Relaxed View has taken an early lead, with Na Pink Wolf right behind in second place. GC Productions is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Yama Priest has just overtaken someone to move into sixth place. Okinabaka and Yama Priest are nose to nose for sixth. Fuatso is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1970 Porsche 9. 14.6 Tonti. Asunyani Silver. Harapkana and getting Porsche 9. 14.6. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10. But no real action yet. Senyahima is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza Totoi. Looks like they're holding steady in fourth place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Okinabaka is driving a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. They're currently in sixth place, just ahead of the pack, but no signs of overtaking yet. Senyahima is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza, a classic compact with a rear engine layout. They're currently in fourth place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The vintage slow cars class probably makes overtakes tricky and keeps the race close. But the track at Ibisu West with its twists and turns might be favoring experienced drivers over raw speed. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon XYGTH. Oh, a muscle car known for its raw power. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves so far. JC Productions is climbing up to second place. Emmer Pinkwolf and JC Productions are nose to tail. No room for error. Emmer Pinkwolf just overtook someone to take second place. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 13th. Naiba and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for that 13th spot. Badasura is driving in 1973 Alpine A110 1600C, a classic lightweight sports car charm. They're holding steady in 5th place, but the race is tight with only a few seconds separating them from the leaders. Everlasting Apex is driving a Porsche 914-6, a car known for its balanced handling and mid-engine layout. They are currently in 9th place, staying close to the top 10, but their fastest lap is slightly behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but need a bit more speed to climb higher. Yama Priest is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They're currently in 7th place, just behind Okinabaka. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 20.319, so they're holding steady but not making big moves. Botso is racing a 1954 Jaguar XK120 Top. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, well behind the leaders. Vintage slow cars on this track seem to favor older, more classic models with some steady lap times. The top racers are mostly in well-known, reliable cars, but the slower lap times for the later positions suggest the track's tight corners and vintage handling are making overtakes tricky. JC Productions just sneaked into second place. Everlasting Apex is hot on Yabuera Wanda's tail, closing the gap by over a second and a third. Naibe is inching closer to Fuzo, just a little behind in the chase. Boiso is driving a 1954 Jaguar XK120, which is a classic beauty. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top contenders. Looks like they're holding steady with a decent lap time, but no major moves yet. Zenyahima is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette Monza. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place, but their fastest lap is a bit off the pace compared to the leaders. Congratulations to Relax You for winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Relaxed View really outdid themselves. Big congratulations to them for taking the win. Looks like all that relaxation paid off on the racetrack. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Fuji Vintage GP circuit, I would probably go with the 1978 Porsche 935 78. It's known as the Moby Dick of racing for a reason, packing serious aerodynamics and speed that would make it a tough opponent on that twisty, hilly track. The other cars are cool and all, but the Porsche's track record of domination and its design for endurance and speed give it a slight edge for this kind of race. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a decision before it's too late. Don't leave your toast in the toaster too long or you'll miss out on all the fun. Hurry up and lock in your favorite. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Futso guy, in the vintage BMW M1E26. March sounds like he's got the style, and maybe some speed on his side, considering the history of that car. On the other hand, Naibi in the Nissan Bluebird silhouette is a bit of a wild card, probably more about handling than outright speed. But when it comes to Fuji Vintage GP, it's all about the twisty turns and how well these classics can handle the curves. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to Fuzo because of that BMW's sporty pedigree, but you never know with AI drivers. They could surprise us or totally botch a corner. If I had to pick a winner based on the cars and this vintage vibe, I'd lean towards Fuzo. But don't sleep on Naib. Sometimes the underdog has a few tricks up its sleeve. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Fuji Vintage GP. And leading the pack is the Group 5 car, Bot Juno Thaliads. It's a 1978 Grenwood Corvette GTX, and it's showing off some classic muscle already. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Pozzo has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Naiba is right behind in second, and Juno got the leads is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Waifuana is on fire, taking the lead by overtaking 3 cars. Kurukachu is also making moves, climbing up to 4th place after a quick series of overtakes. Naiba is having a tough time, dropping back 7 positions to 9. Pozzo takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Patsoats advances to 4, inching closer to the front. Schmerzendive moves up to 5. Not bad, but still chasing the pack. Jonas Gottelieds is climbing up to 2nd place. Waifuana and Jonas Gottelieds are still locked, in a close fight for 2nd. The Betty White Show is advancing to 8. Iconic Odd advances to 11th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 climbs to 14th place. Swell Place Fee is catching Cloudy, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Anonymous Ninity 3 is driving a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. They're currently in 20th place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Waifuana and Juno got the leads, on nose to tail for 2nd place. The Betty White Show just gained a spot, and is now 7th. Cheese in Dashauer and the Betty White Show are battling hard for 7th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Waifuan is climbing to 2nd place. The Betty White Show is catching up to Cheese in Dashauer for 6th. Looks like a tight fight for that spot. Patsorts just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Jonas Gottelieds and Patsorts are still nose to nose for 3rd. The Betty White Show is closing in on Schmerzenlive, chopping the gap by 3.6 seconds. They're now battling for 5th place. Jonas Gottelieds and Patsors are nose to tail for 3rd place. Cheese in Dashauer is creeping up on the Betty White Show, closing in by nearly 4 seconds. Anonymous Ninity 3 is chipping away at Nox Exodus, narrowing the gap by a little over 1.5 seconds. Patsorts and Waifuan are neck and neck for 2nd place. Cloudy is closing in on Waldo, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Waifuana is gaining on Fuzo, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Jonas Gottelieds has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. The Betty White Show is closing in on Schmerzenlive, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Jonas Gottelieds is closing in on Waifuan, the gap shrinking by over a second. Patsorts and Jonas Gottelieds are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Calican Bunny is gaining on Cthulhu Kachu, closing the distance by a solid 1.5 seconds. Patsorts is climbing to third place. Schmerzenleib is chipping away at Juno's lead, now just over a second behind. Cheese and Aschauer is closing in on the Betty White show, less than a second separating them. Junoskala leads and Schmerzenleib are neck and neck for fourth place. Iconic Odd just overtook one car to reach 10th. Anonymous 3 also gained a spot, and is now 11th. Schmerzenleib is climbing to 4th place. Shikomaru is now in 14th. Swell placed V has moved up to 18th. Wow! Fuzo just took the victory. Looks like they really knew how to leave everyone in the dust. Well deserved. Wow! Fuzo really pulled an impressive win there. Congrats to them. I guess all that practice paid off. Looks like we've got a new champion in the virtual race world. Sure thing. The 1960 Scarab Indy was actually a pretty wild attempt by a small American company to compete with the big names in racing. It was powered by a modified Offenhauser engine, which was a pretty legendary choice at the time. Fun fact is that despite its ambitious design, it rarely finished races, but it definitely left a mark as one of the more unique and quirky entries in Indy history. Honestly, it's like the underdog story of racing cars. Alright everyone, get those picks in before time runs out. You don't want to be the one stuck with the car nobody wanted, do you? Hurry up, or you'll be racing with whatever's left on the table. Oh wow, we've got some real vintage legends on the track today. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is a classic. But the 1960 Scarab Indy was known for its innovative design and agility back in its day. Honestly, the Ferrari might have the edge in prestige and power, but the Scarab could surprise us with its handling, especially on a track like Nonstop. If I had to guess, I'd say K-Bumper might have a slight advantage thanks to the Ferrari's raw horsepower, but Jerkplace could make up for it with some smart driving. It's a close call, but I'd lean toward the Ferrari just because of its reputation for dominance in its era. Let's see if history repeats itself today. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Nonstop, and leading the pack is the classic Botplebis 3 in a 1952 Cosmaafi. Looks like vintage is making a bold statement right out of the gate. Plebis 3 is taking an early lead. Era Special is hot on their heels, and D-Fizzards is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. D6 is climbing up to second place. D6 and Plebis 3 are nose to nose for the lead. Era Special and D-Fizzards are battling hard for second. Emerald Tig 398 is climbing up to 6th place. Betsma and Emerald Tig 398 are nose to tail for 5th. Dre 192 Gex and Basket and TV are locked in a close fight for 9th. Emerald Tig 398 just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Betsma and Emerald Tig 398 are nose to nose for 5th. Basket and TV is climbing up to 8th. Jerkplace is really closing in on Betsma now. Christopher just climbed 1 spot to 12. Taknasty also moved up 1 spot to 14. Josen's Coast is racing a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B, a classic IndyCar known for its agility. They're currently in 23rd place, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Dre 192X is racing a 1960 Scarab Indy. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making waves. Basketton Fee is climbing to 7th place. Lockjaw 7 is advancing to 17th. Naiba is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. They're currently in 15th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The car is a classic, but the race seems pretty tight around them. Plebis 3 is leading in a 1952 Kuzma Offie, a classic IndyCar known for its reliability. They seem to be holding a solid lead with no signs of trouble so far. Popcorn Slayer is climbing to 12th place. Mirgutsu is making a move to 17th place. Libis 3 is leading and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. K Bumper is holding a slight edge over Jerk Plays, but Jerk Plays is right behind and eager to overtake. It's a close fight with just one lap to go. Kikasledi X3 advances to 10th place. Popcorn Slayer and Dre 192 Bex are nose to nose for 11. Naiba climbs to 14th. A. Dre 192 Kicks is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a classic American race car. They're currently in 10th place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front pack. Banona 1857 just sneaked past N Body Notes to claim the 19th spot. Eddie. Looks like they're locked in a close fight for that position. Bedsmar is driving a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for now. Popcorn Slayer just gained a spot moving into 10th place. Popcorn Slayer and Door Rogue are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 10th place. Tessatur is making a move to 22nd. K Bumper is holding on to 4th, but not pulling away much. Jerk Place is right behind in 8th, so the overtake could happen soon if Jerk Place finds a gap. Looks like a close finish brewing. Chosen's Coast is driving a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. They're currently in the 21st position, but their fastest lap is impressive at 1:30.469, so they might be closing in on some rivals. Well, look at that. Plebis 3 just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Plebis 3 on winning. You must be feeling pretty awesome right now. Great job staying ahead of the pack. Can't wait to see if you can keep that streak alive in the next race. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Lakeside Park has those tight corners and quick turnarounds that really test a car's ability to stay nimble. A car that can carve through the corners without losing speed will have a huge advantage here. Speed down the straights is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, all that straight line power doesn't matter much. So, for me, a balanced combination of grip, responsiveness, and a bit of acceleration out of the corners is what I'd value most. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices fast. Don't miss out on picking your favorite vehicle before the timer runs out. It's now or never. Alright, we've got Rowdy Zerolf in that classic Dodge Challenger and Naby in the Pontiac Firebird. Both are iconic muscle cars from the same era, so it's gonna be a close one. The Challenger might have a slight edge with its slightly heavier build and aggressive stance, but the Firebird is known for being a bit more nimble and balanced. It's really going to come down to how the AI handles the curves and acceleration. If the Challenger manages to unleash its power effectively, I'd say it has the upper hand. But if the Firebird can outmaneuver and maintain a steady pace, it could very well pull ahead. My bet? I'm leaning towards the Dodge just because of that raw muscle power, but don't count out the Firebird's agility. Let's see who's got the better AI driving skills today. Alright everyone, the vintage Trans Am race kicks off at Lakeside Park, and leading the pack is Bot Willow Shrub in a classic 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Seems like vintage style is still fast. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Grand Pigeuf has shot off the line to take the lead. Willow Shrub is holding strong in second place, and Rowdy Zerolf is right behind in third. Looks like a classic early battle for the top. Two Peasant de Podcast and Equinox 2 are nose to tail for fourth place. Someone just gained 2 spots and is now in 7th. Kufo and another racer are locked in a close fight for 7th. Trash Crashton advances to 11th place. Sophie climbs to 14th place. Billy and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 15th place. Shikomaru just overtook someone to take 8th place. Kufo and Shikomaru are nose to nose for 8th. Billy is climbing to 15th. The vintage Trans Am cars are holding strong at the front, likely benefiting from their classic design and handling on Lakeside Park's twists. The Group 3s are spread out, probably struggling with the mix of older and more exotic models. Shikomaru is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Two Peasant de Podcast and Equinox 2 are still locked in that tight fight for 4th place. Someone just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Two Peasant de Podcast is climbing up to 4th place. Atina CNC and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 17th. Rowdy Zerolf is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger and is currently in 3rd place. They've been consistent with a fastest lap just over a minute and 1 second. Looks like they're holding steady and making moves. Billy is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200. They're currently in the 16th place, struggling a bit with a fastest lap of 1 minute 6 seconds. Bethra Lane is driving a 1962 Jaguar Mark II, a classic British sedan known for style and smooth handling. She's currently in the last place, so it looks like her race is a bit of a struggle today. Dimplomarcus is really having a rough time falling back to 21st place. Naibe is climbing up to 6th place. Sofique is also making progress, moving up to 13th place. Dimplomarcus is driving a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally legend. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Shikomaru just overtook someone to take 7th place. Shikomaru and the other driver are now nose to tail for 7th. Dimplomarcus is closing in on Timborghini Tube, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Two Peasant a Podcast is climbing up to 3rd place. Naibe is inching closer to 5th place. Equinox 2 and Naibe are nose to tail fighting for that 5th spot. Naibe is climbing to 4th place. Shikamaru is now in 7th. Platinumera has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. Platinumera just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. That tight battle for 8th is getting interesting. Athena CNC moved up 1 spot to 15th. Platinumera just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Shikamaru and someone are still locked in a tight fight for 8. Sufik is closing in on Case Deflex, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Billy is driving a 1963 TVR. Griffith, 200. They're currently in 15th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the top times. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow, Grampy Jerf, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Grampy Jerf took the victory. Congratulations on that win, you must have some serious AI skills. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Naibe, you're the big winner of the bet race. You get to add a 1970 Pontiac Firebird to your collection. That's a classic, so enjoy cruising around in style. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race at Istanbul Park, I'd probably go with the Red Bull Racing RB18. It's known for its speed and agility on twisty circuits, and Istanbul Park, with its mix of high-speed corners and technical sections, seems like a perfect playground for it. Plus, it's got that edge and power that might just leave the others in the dust. Alright folks, time's almost up. Get your picks in before the buzzer sounds, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we have Serena in the Ferrari and Snow Guy in the Alpine. The Ferrari is known for its speed and agility, so it's likely to have an edge on this track. The Alpine is a solid car, but might struggle a bit against the Ferrari's raw power. If Serena keeps her cool and doesn't let the car's reputation get to her head, she's probably going to take the win. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe Snow Guy pulls off a surprise. My money's on Serena, but I'd love to see a close fight. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park, and the AI Nabat fishing class is starting on pole, zooming in the 2022 Mercedes W13. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Gishinkt is leading right out of the gate, followed closely by Team Tenatia in second place. Naib is holding on to third, but don't blink or you might miss some shuffling at the front. Let's Go is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. Ruki Miriki just nudged into 4th, but Husky Hog is right behind, not giving up that spot easily. Renault T4 just sneaked into 8th place, leaving Radazuro Activixen in a close chase. Whip 3 Out 25 is climbing up to 10th. So the fight for the lower points positions is heating up. Chosin's Coast is climbing up to 6th place. Ready to Reactive Vixen and Renault T4 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Madjakobleich is moving up to 13th. Madjakobleich and Let's Go are battling for 12th. Naiba and Team Tenatia are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Whip 3 Out just grabbed 9th and is not letting go. Radit 0 Activa Vixen and Whip 3 Out 25 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Radit 0 Activa Vixen climbs to 9th place. Lee Rossel advances to 19th. Niklis Lear Roussel and Figueiredo Sport are locked in a close fight for 18th. Asheneriton and Jade Anburn are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Lear Roussel just nudged up to 17th and is now eyeing Asheneriton in the battle for 18th. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a Red Bull Racing Rig 18 and has moved up from 12th to 10th place. Looks like they're making some progress but still a bit behind the leaders. Le Roussel is in 20th place with a Ferrari F175. Looks like a tough race so far, barely hanging on at the back. Whip 3 out 25 and Redesiro Activi Vixen are nose to tail in 9th place. Let's Go and Balsamic Vint 183 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing to 8th place. That's Sirena is now in 10th. JD Anburn and 5-0 Guy are neck and neck for 15th. Asheneriton just overtook JD Anburn for 16th place. Looks like Asheneriton is not done yet. Majakublai is driving a 2022 AlphaTauri at T03 and has moved up from 14th to 12th place. Looks like he's making some progress but still has a ways to go to catch the leaders. Balsamic Vintu 83 is racing a Mercedes W13 and is currently in 18th place. Their fastest lap is 1:35.678, which is decent but not enough to climb up the grid. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Naibe is climbing up one spot to take second place. Team Tanatia and Naibe are nose to nose for that second spot. Ashenriton and 5-0 Guy are locked in a close fight for 15th. Renok T4 is driving an Aston Martin AMIM 22 Li. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 35 seconds. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Jade Anburn is driving a red Alpine, a 522, and is currently in the 18th position. Her fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leader, so her race looks like a steady but not spectacular climb. Ashenirden just moved up one spot to 15. Lear Roussel and JD Anburn are nose to nose for 17. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone to take third place. Looks like Team Tanatia and Ruki Miriki are neck and neck. No room for mistakes. Balsamic Vint 483 is driving a Mercedes 13 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 1:35.678, which is decent but not enough to climb higher. Looks like a steady race with room for improvement. Wow! Fishinch really pulled off an incredible victory. Congrats to them. Looks like they've got some serious AI driving skills. I guess all that virtual practice paid off. Well, look at that. Hishings just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to make a splash on the track. Congratulations. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1970s, slow cars in racing classes were often called sleeper cars because they looked unassuming, but could surprise you with their unexpected speed. It's like wearing a suit but secretly being a racing champion underneath. Sometimes all a slow car needs is a little bit of attitude, or in this case, a turbo boost. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Hurry up before your favorite car is gone. Alright, so we're basically betting on mystery drivers in a classic car at Grindelwald Long, which makes it even more exciting. Since we don't know much about either of them, I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd probably go with Yabarawanda because the name sounds like someone who might bring some serious energy to the wheel. Or maybe they're just good at keeping secrets. Either way, I'm just here for the thrill. Let's see who comes out on top. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grindelwald Long Track, and leading the pack is Bot Gamer Boss 72, in a classic 1969 Triumph TR60. It's the slowest car in the 1970s class, so don't get your hopes up for a quick finish. Mid-Syrup starts shot off the line to take the lead. Gamer Boss 72 is holding strong in second place, while Shoot 'Em Up is hanging on in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Mr. Wolf J is climbing to third place. Naiba and Shoot 'Em Up are locked in a close fight for fourth. Bill Scopebein is gaining 2 spots and is now in 7th. Shoot 'Em Up and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for third place. Billy Scopebein just snuck into 6th. Jillian Wolf is climbing up to 9th. Mr. Wolf J just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Tug on It DTV is climbing 2 spots to sit 15th. Zadim Mojijamis and Tug on It DTV are nose to nose for 15th. Edzos 21 is climbing to 7th place. Airafae is now in 10th. Tug on It DTV is closing the gap on Yaboy Rwanda by 1 second. Belthainathi East climbs to 7th place. Edzos 21 and Belthainathi Beast are nose to nose for 7. Yaboy Rwanda advances to 13. Naiba is now in 4th place. Edzos 21 has climbed to 7. Tug on It DTV is in 14th. Shoot 'Em Up and Naiba are nose to tail for 4th place. Edzos 21 has gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Billy Scopebein and Edzos 21 are fighting hard for 6th. Edzos 21 is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Naiba and Edzos 21 are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a 1971 Mazda RX-3. They are currently in the middle of the pack, in 16th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Edzos 21 is climbing to 3rd place. Jillian Wolf is now in 8th. Connor Malady has moved up to 11th. Billy Scopebein is climbing up to 6th place. Irafael is also moving up to 9th. Kingrut and Connor Malady are nose to nose fighting for 11th. Naiba is climbing up to 4th place. Billy Scopebein has moved up to 5th place. Gamer Boss 72 and Billy Scopebein are nose to nose for 5th place. Jillian Wolf is climbing up to 7th place. Tug on It DTV and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 11th. Jillian Wolf and Gamer Boss 72 are nose to nose for 6th place. Tug on It DTV just sneaked into 11th, climbing 1 spot. Jillian Wolf is climbing up to 6th place. Tug on It DTV is narrowing the gap to Belthainathi Beast by 1.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 1D5 is closing in fast on Yabora Wanda, trimming the gap by 13 seconds. I Rafael and Shoot 'em Up are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Gamer Boss 72 is inching closer to Dijon Wolf, closing the gap by over a second. They are battling fiercely for 6th place. Rafael just overtook someone to climb into 8th. Edzos 21 is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rafael is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. 2 Gonnet DTV is advancing 2 spots to 9th place. Edzos 21 is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. 2 Gonnet DTV is climbing up 1 spot to 8th place. Belthane the Beast and Shoot 'em Up are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Two Gonnet DTV is slicing into Rafael's tail, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Belthanatist is climbing 2 spots, now in 9. Conomality is chipping away at Shoot 'em Up, narrowing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 11th place between Connor Malady and Shoot 'em Up. Connor Malady just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Shoot 'em Up and Connor Malady are nose to nose for 11th place. Yaboy Rwanda is chopping down the gap to Kingra by 3 seconds, so expect some action soon. Nitzero Obstacks and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose at the front. 2 Gonnet DTV just gained a spot and is now 7th. Our IRFA and Tugonnet DTV are still fighting for the 8th place. Wow, Nizerub Starks really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Nizerub Starks really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations. That was a masterclass in AI racing finesse. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Can't wait to see what they do next. Alright everyone. The stream is taking a quick break for some maintenance. It'll be back in just a few minutes, so grab some snacks or stretch those legs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to see those speedy AI cars tear up the track.